for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Grand rising to you all. I hope you had a great evening. Please hit the like button on your way in. I would greatly appreciate that. Now, let's get into the news of it all. Now, we all know that there was an illegal invasion of Venezuela. On one hand, they're saying that no, it wasn't an invasion. It was just a police action to bring in someone who had a warrant in the United States. And then they turn around and tell you that the United States is now in control of Venezuela. Now, last night, news broke that, remember on the Sunday shows, they were asking Marco Rubio, was he in charge of Venezuela? Who's in charge? Because in the speech right after the invasion, 4547 turned around and said that Marco was going to be running Venezuela along with Pete Kegbreath, and there's no plan. There's absolutely no plan. Marco Rubio went on the Sunday shows and he would not say that he would be running Venezuela. Now, news broke last night that none other than the racist, in my opinion, Stephen Miller will be running Venezuela. You know, the same Stephen Miller who was joking around about waterboarding people in Iraq and Afghanistan, from Iraq and Afghanistan at Gitmo, who thought that, you shouldn't unalive them, but, waterboarding wasn't so bad. That's the Stephen Miller, who is part of Project 2025 and is on Trump team to demand 3,000 deportations a day. And I don't care how you do it, Stephen Miller. No, don't look for the worst of the worst, like 4547 said that he would be looking for. Stephen Miller, who is the brainchild, the brainless child of this deportation and all of this unnecessary stuff that you see going on in city streets to deport people. Now, do I want people? Do I think that our immigration policy needs to be corrected? Yes, it needs to be corrected. Yes, every country needs borders and people should come here legally. But it doesn't take what is going on in this administration to deport people. So it's just a demonstration of what is being done to them can also be done to American citizens. So it is putting it on full display. That's my point on that. And this is the brainchild of Stephen Miller. This is why you see all this in the street. So does it seem like Stephen Miller cares about non-white people? Stephen Miller was one of the people who stood up at that turning point, turning kids into racist point USA, and declared that we are the people who built this country. When in fact, black people, black bodies built this country, and they built the economy of this country, the richest of this country. But Stephen Miller stood up there and said, "We built this country, and nobody is better than us." A whole white nationalist speech. So this is who's going to be over Venezuela. Now, Stephen Miller shit his pants on CNN last night, doing another hate-filled message, and he said that America is built on strength. The invasion in America is going to rule, and they are allowed to rule by strength, force, and power. Nothing about laws. Nothing about the laws of any land. Strength, force, and power is what America will be ruling by for now on. Mm. Did you know that? Uh, my goal is My goal is to tell you something you may not have known. So, if you learned something today that you did not know, feel free to tap the goals. And that's why I'm here, is to possibly uh, let you in on something you have not heard or you did not know. So, Stephen Miller's wife was the one who put up this picture of Greenland with the United States flag draped all over it, with the word soon. Okay. So, Stephen Miller, I'll play Stephen Miller for you. You'll see for yourself. But I want to give you some information actually on Greenland. I mean, not Greenland, on Venezuela. The I found this quite interesting. The history of Venezuela and its oil. So let's check this out. All my links will be in the description box. If you would like to join the conversation, the link to come up on StreamYard is also in the description box. But let's get into this, shall we? Let me make sure the volume is up. Let's get into this.
I'm getting the board. Whoever said teaching wasn't physical? All right, people want to know about what's going on between the United States and Venezuela, but in order to understand what's going on today, you need to understand what has gone on before. That's why history is so important, guys. Come on. Venezuela and the U.S. I decided to do this chronologically because I feel like doing history metaphorically difficult. Number one, pre-1998. Pre-1998, Venezuela had a huge oil supply, actually biggest in the world, and the biggest stakeholder was a U.S. company called Exxon. Why is this important? Because of their huge oil supply in Venezuela, Exxon took it over. So the vast amount of profit, the percentage of profit, went to the U.S., and Venezuela as a country got next to nothing. And because of this, their economy started to fail. And as their economy started to fail, guess what? A dictator waiting in the wings wanted to jump in and save themselves from God knows who. Oh, from the United States. How do I get steak and oil companies is taking over the entire world? Number two, 1998. That's not right. I hate it when I can't write numbers properly. Hugo Chavez was a democratically elected president of Venezuela. Now, once he got in, again, I say democratically, he started to push towards authoritarianism, and he started reducing the checks and balances of the democratic system. Side point, does that remind you of anybody else? He also started to rewrite the Constitution to solidify his dictatorial power. Parallels are really uncanny. 2002, a woman named Maria Machado, ignore how I said that, but keep that name locked in your head because she's going to be important later, created an organization called SUMAT in order to overthrow the Chavez government.
Psst, who do you think was funding her operation?
You guessed it. George W. Bush, President of the United States at the time, was funding her through the National Endowment of Democracy. You know what? People just make up names to mean anything nowadays. So through this National Endowment for Democracy, the United States funded Machado in order to overthrow Chavez. And when it didn't work, Bush said, "Not my problem, I didn't know anything about it." And she was eliminated from all political life going forward. And then, in 2002, Bush was a very busy guy. Number 4, in 2007, Chavez, reinvigorated with power and an authoritarian regime, decides to nationalize Venezuelan oil. That meant that Venezuela took all of Exxon's money, all their oil, and all their access to oil, and shifted the lion's share of profits back to Venezuela and left Exxon, well, not a lot of money. P.S. Exxon then sued and won $1.4 billion in a claim. But what kind of international police force are we going to get for Venezuela to be forced to pay Exxon? None. After that huge shift of economic power, Venezuelan oil dropped from 3 million barrels a day way down to 700,000 barrels a day due to corruption and, let's be honest, informal sanctions put on them by the United States because they just stole a bunch of their money from corporations. Stole might be a U.S. word, considering the oil was on Venezuelan land and considered a Venezuelan resource. But the U.S. really does imperialism out of 10, don't they? Ooh, new chalk. Number 5, a guy named Madero, used to be the VP of Chavez, takes over, and he starts building an even stronger authoritarian government. I forgot the year. 2013. Obama calls the drug cartel and this particular regime a threat to democracy and national security of the United States. That's then followed by Trump putting on economic sanctions in 2017. Are you with me so far? This is about to get interesting. Interesting, I mean even more corrupt. 6, 2025. I brought you right up to the present. Maria Machado, remember I told you to remember that name, wins the Nobel Peace Prize. And who does she dedicate it to? None other than Donald Trump. And it's at this point that Donald Trump begins attacking boats, Venezuelan boats, calling them drug cartels, talking about revitalizing and restoring democracy to Venezuela, and talking about how they're a threat to national security. And guess what? The U.S. got to go in and save some people. Oh, and P.S. Donald Trump wants his oil back. It's the ending that's really going to get you. The big question about why Donald Trump is doing this is why, and I think the answer is going to surprise you a little bit. Number 1, he is going to claim that he is going to liberate Venezuela. Guys, always be careful when the United States of America liberates anything, because usually it means they're going to take it. And he's going to install Maria as the president, formally excommunicated from all political life, but she's going to serve a purpose. Number 2, Machado will then give oil rights back to, you guessed it, Exxon. 80% goes to them, 20% back to Venezuela. Everybody's happy and a new power is installed, but that's not the only reason this is happening. This last one's going to blow you away. Number 3. Is it about oil? Absolutely. They want control of the world's biggest oil supply, but that's not the full answer. What the real answer is U.S. currency rates. Follow along, this gets tricky. Oil has always been traded in U.S. dollars, called petrol. And what that has served the United States in doing is solidifying, is stabilizing, is increasing U.S. dollars. Because if anybody wants to buy oil anywhere in the world, they have to use U.S. currency. It artificially inflates the price of the U.S. dollar and stabilizes the U.S. economy. This is the real problem. Because what Trump and the United States is really afraid of are BRICS nations. What are they? They are nations, they are countries that have gotten together and are starting to trade without the United States, especially oil, and not use the US currency as their trading denomination. And that is going to possibly submarine the US economy. So is it about oil? Sure, but what really it's about is about the United States being able to control the entire market of trade when it comes to oil, thus inflating and propping up the US economy. So when somebody says, is it about the oil? Say, sure, but that's just a vehicle for them to control everything else.
Now, what I do disagree is that
Venezuela?
Machado is not going to be propped up. She is trying to get propped up, but 45, 47 already said the country doesn't respect her, even though the candidate that she was running under beat Maduro by 92% or something, and her approval ratings with the Venezuela people is reported to be in the low 80s or the high 70%. But 45, 47 said that she wasn't respected by the people. So what did she do last night? She took a tour to our state-sponsored media, Fox News, and showed up on Hannity Combs' show and said that even though she had dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to 45, 47, now she wanted to physically give it to him. So she is waxing his balls poetically. Now, um, unlike 45, 47 told you when he came out and talked about the strikes on Venezuela, he told you that the vice president had already been sworn in. But, of course, he never knows what he's talking about. The vice president under Maduro was sworn in last night. And it was curious who she brought along with her. It was curious. All of this, what was all these strikes for? Was it to get control of the oil because he didn't want China and Russia to have any influence over the government? Wasn't that the real reason? But what they tell you, it was a police arrest that they use your whole military for, that they use the whole Department of Defense for. So, you know, it's unfortunate that we have so many uh, dumb people, so many people who have no critical thinking in the United States, and whatever propaganda they're fed, they run with it. But which story are you people running with? Which story are you so excited about? How does any of this affect America and what's going on in the United States? The joblessness in America, the people who are being uninsured in America. I'm very curious. Y'all all happy about something that never has and never will affect you and how you live your life. Who is this going to affect? This is going to affect billionaires by putting more money in their pockets. This is the only people this was meant to have effect on. The only people. Now, I also find it strange that people in the United States can't figure this out. That people in the United States are okay with using their tax dollars to go over there and do an illegal strike on a country. The president, he was an illegitimate president. Who gives a fuck? What does that have to do with me and how I live my life? When it starts affecting me and how I live my life, then okay, then we may have to do something. Let me tell you something. This is this is the biggest crock of shit I ever seen in my life, and the fact that people are okay with them spending your blood and treasure over here to do some shit to enrich billionaires. It's just beyond the pale. So let's be clear what is really going on here. Uh, we cannot pretend like we don't know what's going on here. Both of these links are in my description box. This is exactly what's going on here. While people are deflecting and playing dumb and taking sides and teaming up, hey, Miss Toby, it's good to see you. This is what exactly is going on in this administration. Let's get to it. Let me turn the volume up.
As his inner circle looted the state. Putin destroyed the Russian economy as his inner circle looted the state. And Trump is destroying the U.S. economy as his inner circle is looting the state. When economies collapse, elites consolidate wealth and power while the public loses both. And they always turn to war to distract, steal more, and stay in control. Hitler destroyed the German economy as his inner circle looted the state. Putin destroyed the Russian economy as his inner circle looted the state. And Trump is destroying the U.S. economy as his inner circle is looting the state. When economies collapse, elites consolidate wealth and power while the public loses both. And they always turn to war to distract, steal more, and stay in control. Hitler destroyed the
Make sure you check out my links. They are all in the description box. That is Keith Edwards. I concur 100% with Keith Edwards. If you cannot stay on topic, I understand that you're butthurt because you're a dumb and you follow all of this propaganda. But please stay on topic. No, this is the non-propaganda channel. Okay. Has Venezuela retaliated? Have we continued more strikes? Well, what 4547 said, that if the vice president doesn't do exactly what the United States wants her to do, she will get worse than Chavez did. So, in my opinion, uh, Chavez is in the United States under arrest based on some narco terrorist bullshit and drug smuggling bullshit. So, what would be worse than that? Would that be being unalive? Your president said that they had a second round of strikes ready to go, but they're holding off on those for now. So Maduro. I'm sorry, Maduro. I said Chavez. Thank you. I appreciate it, Bob, and I thank you for being here to watch it all unfold. I am so glad that you're enjoying it. No, actually, 4547. Now, see, you don't even know what you're talking about. Obama. How can Obama and Biden issue the warrant? No, actually, 4547 issued the warning in his first administration. Stupid. So, since you want to go along with propaganda, this is not the place for it. This is not the place for it. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Obviously, you guys cannot stay on task or on topic. Obviously, you can only be in your hurt feelings because you know that in fact this U.S. economy is failing. So, who did the vice president of Venezuela have in her her at her swearing-in ceremony? She had the a representative from Cuba, a representative from Russia, and a representative from Iran right there when she was sworn in. See, your government is telling you that this woman must do everything that he says, or we're going to do something worse to her because we don't want her to have the influence of Russia, Cuba, and Iran and China. They had a representative from China there as well. But your government said that they must not do that. They must not have any relationships with these people. And who was at her swearing in ceremony? As they make you believe that they are going to make a whole nation do exactly what they want. And where do they do that at? And if that's okay, what if China comes in and do the same thing to America? Would you be cheering that and saying that that is lawful? But no, Stephen Miller didn't say it was lawful himself. They don't even try to pretend that they care that it's unlawful. So let me see. Let me share this. Let me share Stephen Miller talking about this unlawful act. Let me share this with you. See, you don't care about the law until it affects you and how you live your life. Everybody's okay with this. Oh, a draft dodger and a obviously harass no pussy getting incel is talking all of this big and bad shit and can't bust a grape with a hammer.
The United States. Next question.
Stephen, you were part of that group, the select group that the president said is his.
The United States. Next question.
Stephen, you.
Just quickly, who's running Venezuela right now?
The United States.
Who's running Venezuela right now? The United States? Next question. Where do they do that at? Let's continue.
You were part of that group, the select group that the president said is his staff that is running Venezuela. What exactly are your day-to-day responsibilities?
The President of the United States.
What are your day-to-day responsibilities? You have no answer. What is anyone's responsibility? That since the United States is running Venezuela, can you speak to anyone's? You can't even speak to your own responsibilities when you have been granted to be one of the people who is going to run Venezuela. Well, what are your day-to-day operations? No answer. No answer. They had a plan up until they didn't have a plan. Let's continue. This is going to be in my description box under Snaky Miller.
The President of the United States.
Running Venezuela. What exactly are your day-to-day responsibilities? The select group that the president said is his staff that is running.
The United States. Next question.
Stephen, you were part of that group, the select group that the president said is his staff that is running Venezuela. What exactly are your day-to-day responsibilities?
The President of the United States has asked Secretary Rubio, who also happens to be his national security advisor, to directly, of course, under the president's close guidance and direction, to be the lead on this process. But obviously, there's many other elements involved. You have energy policy, treasury policy, financial policy, military policy. So it's a big team, a group of people. Everybody's working great and closely together, again, under President Trump's leadership.
What are you specifically doing? What are you specifically doing?
I make a habit of not to talk too much about myself. I'm just happy to serve on this incredible team on behalf of President Trump, do whatever I can to support the president's agenda and direction.
Stephen, you just reiterated, as the president did, that the United States is now in charge of Venezuela, is running Venezuela. We know that just hours ago, a new leader was sworn in temporarily. So how exactly is this working? Is she consulting with the president?
Well, I don't want to get, it's a good question. I don't want to get too much into details on that. But look, we have an oil embargo in Venezuela. For them to do any kind of commerce, they need our permission. We have our massive fleet, our armada, still present there. This is an active and ongoing U.S. government and military operation. And so, of course, we set the terms and conditions. One last question.
Stephen, when you're talking, all of us are asking you about how the United States is running the country. Will the U.S. or does the U.S. plan to send additional personnel, military or otherwise, into the country to do that?
Well, remember, right now, the government of Venezuela is working directly and cooperatively with the United States. So
that's not what it sounds like when you listen to the acting president.
Well, I don't know what conversations you're having with her. Maybe I should be asking you, but I'm telling you that our conversations are that we are very much getting full, complete, and total cooperation from the government of Venezuela. And as a result of that cooperation, the people of Venezuela are going to become richer than they ever have before. And of course, the United States is going to benefit from this massively in terms of economic security and military cooperation, counter-narcotics, counter-terrorism, and every other dimension of our security. This is what President Trump achieved with this brilliant, decisive military operation in Venezuela these last several months, culminating, of course, in the assault force that captured Maduro, is one of the greatest strategic shifts, rebalancing of power, and military victories that have happened in the history of our country. Thank you.
The president keeps saying that Venezuela's oil was stolen.
The vice president's home turning into a crime scene, and now a young man is
Someone smashed into JD Vance's house. What is going on with all of this white on white crime per capita? All of this unruly white on white crime. You have these white men. Well, I'm sure they will call him a kid because he's a white 24-year-old. But we want to prosecute black 14-year-olds as adults. What is wrong? J.D. Vance called those races in that signal in that Republican group chat a bunch of kids, and some of them were as old as 30, 34, or 37 years old. So I guess that 24-year-old who smashed the window of his home in Ohio was a kid who had mental illness. Don't look here. Don't look at this white on white crime that is always going on in this nation. In his own neighborhood. It be your own people. But I guess that's their culture. Bitch, Brooklyn rules, you're the bitch, and you're a bitch who's out of here. Don't come in my motherfucking chat calling me a bitch, you stupid cunt. In your feelings about facts, you bitch. The fuck out of here, you fucking dumb cunt. And be sure, do not write curse words in my chat. Do not write curse words in my chat. I'm not fucking around with you hurt feeling motherfuckers. If you want to talk to me, you talk to me about the content of what I'm giving you. I don't give a fuck about I'm not talking about Barack Obama. You guys are so hurt that you guys are trying to go on the words of this propaganda that your administration is giving you, that you talking about Barack Obama. Barack Obama ain't got shit to do with this fuck shit that this nation is in. And Barack Obama is not the one who told you that the oil company were going to go in and rebuild all of these oil platforms in Venezuela. And why is it this morning that 4547 said that the taxpayers are going to be the ones who go in and repair this for billionaires? Why does the taxpayer dollar why is the taxpayer dollar going to this? Your taxpayer dollars already went to this invasion, but you don't have anything to say about your tax dollars going to prop up the motherfucking infrastructure for billionaires to pump stolen oil out of the ground of another sovereign country for themselves, for their self-greed, because you don't understand what's going on. Authoritarianism, they empty the pockets of the nations and put it in the pockets of billionaires. This is what's going on. But you don't want to get mad at that. You don't want to talk about that because you're too stupid watching propaganda to even know that is what's happening. Don't come over here talking no shit to me. Let's continue. No, your racism is why this country is so divided. That's why this country is so divided. Because you were so butthurt that a black man came in here and did what other men could not do for this nation. As many of you who did not like Obamacare but loved the Affordable Care Act because you're dumb and you're stupid. You were so pleased with your Affordable Care Act, and that Obamacare is horrible, but I love the Affordable Care Act. You guys show how ignorant you are every day. Let's continue. Let's continue. And you sound as banned as fuck. That's what you sound. What does Obama have to do with anything? What does Obama have to do with anything? And what does Obama color have to do with anything? What does Obama have to do with anything that is affecting you and how you live your life today? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. Nobody has any comment about the fact that your tax dollars is going to prop up the infrastructure to repair all of this equipment that it's going to take to make Exxon and all of these uh, gas companies rich. No comments about the facts. No comments about that. Hmm. Isn't that curious? You have nothing to say about that. But 4547 told you that the gas companies were going to pay for all of that, and it's going to cost them so much money. But when you find out you, the taxpayer, are going to pay for that, you're talking about Obama and Biden. Hmm. Very unintelligent people you are. So let's get into what I do want to talk about. Here we go. Let's talk about that part of the story, shall we? Let's talk about that part of the story. He is a black man. He is a black man. What? And what? You mad that Obama's a black man? He is a black man. The fuck out of my face.
Invasion of Venezuela continues to blow up in his face. Already, the Trump regime had to admit that their claim that Maduro is the leader of a dangerous drug smuggling cartel is false. Yep, the Justice Department had to drop the claim that Venezuela's Cartel de Soles is an actual group. That was one of the pretexts for Donald Trump's invasion. But in the indictment of Maduro, it says that the terminology was simply a slang term and that there's not actually a gang that goes by that name, as Aaron Reichlin Melnick.
So they can tell you dummies anything. But the thing is, they have not been able to prove it in court. And then actually tried to say, oh, well, we just put a slang word on it. No, you just lied. That's what you did. You just lied. So all of this shit that they tell you, like all of the lies that they told you about uh, what is his name? Abreu Garcia. All of those lies that they told you. He's in MS-13. He's this. He has been demand to be deported, and all of that shit was bullshit and lies as he's sitting back at home in Maryland. And the cases are being thrown out because they have not been able to prove any of the shit, any of the lies and propaganda that they have put out. When the order is that he cannot go back to Venezuela, that's the only court order about his residency. They granted it. Oh, but y'all believed all of these lies. As your president is playing footsies and spending millions of dollars to give to the president of El Salvador. But y'all ain't have nothing to say about that because it was affecting a non-white people. And when you find out you're being lied to in your face, well, let's carry on. Let's carry on. So if the drug case, if while we were striking boats, allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela, while this man and his wife were allegedly leaders of a drug cartel. Why did they not bring up drugs until page 9 of this indictment? Why were they pontificating about everything about what he was arrested for until page 9 of this indictment? And now they have gone back on their lie about him being the leader of some phantomous drug cartel, which name they made up. But what is going to happen? Your tax dollar is going to go to prop up these oil companies, and you're not going to benefit at all from this. As you walk around the United States without health care, because there's no money for shit like that to keep you healthy. No, the billionaires are emptying the coffers of the United States. And you are too stupid to notice it or to even care about yourselves.
Says incredible. When they actually have to prove stuff to a jury, they seem to drop their arguments awfully quickly. At the same time, Donald Trump is going to face a significant argument by Maduro about something called sovereign state immunity or head of state immunity. And one of the ways to avoid that would have been to claim Maduro's not actually the president of Venezuela and he was illegitimate. And maybe it was a bad decision when you went on social media, Donald, and referred to Maduro as President Nicolas Maduro, thus giving Maduro Exhibit A if he wants to file a motion to dismiss under a doctrine called head of state immunity or sovereign immunity to get his criminal case dismissed. You can't bring criminal charges against an existing sovereign, Donald Trump posted on January 3rd. Now this is going to be used as evidence by Maduro. The United States of America successfully carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the...
His leader who? President Nicolas Maduro. So if he was illegitimate, why are you calling him a president? Oh, but Trump talked to all of his lawyers and they approved it. But the actual law says that Trump must talk to Congress and get it approved. You think I didn't see that dumb statement? All of his lawyers told him also that he was going to win those cases that he was convicted of and sits as a felon in the White House. His lawyers told him that it was good to plead the fifth all of those times in his depositions, and he would still win these cases. And let's continue.
Country. What Trump should have said if he was actually consulting with the DOJ and he wanted to make these charges stick, actually, would be to say the illegitimate...
Hold on, Ben Marsalis. I have someone in my chat who says he was consulting with all of the lawyers and they said that what he was doing was okay. Because they are talking and don't know what the fuck they are talking about. But let's continue.
Leader, the pretender president, or maybe just don't run your mouth on social media. At the same time, Donald Trump is now saying that the American taxpayers will likely have to subsidize the American oil companies to go into Venezuela. So I'm trying to get this straight. Donald Trump claims he called the oil companies both before and after the invasion of Venezuela, to get their okay and coordinate with them. Trump did not get approval from Congress, hence this was an unlawful invasion. But Donald, didn't you say the oil companies were so thrilled about this, that they were so excited to get into Venezuela, and those big, beautiful oil companies were going to extract all the oil? Well, if they really wanted to do that, why are you going to have to subsidize them? Well, at the same time that you're refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act healthcare subsidies for the American people, and Americans are getting kicked off their healthcare, you're going to subsidize oil companies to seize the oil in Venezuela. Do you know how much it probably will cost for oil companies for their CapEx, for their capital expenditures in Venezuela, in order to build out oil infrastructure there, which still would have to be refined somewhere, likely in the United States? Do you know what the cost of that would be? 50, 75, $100 billion. Well, in an NBC exclusive, Trump says the government, meaning we the people, the taxpayers may reimburse oil companies for rebuilding Venezuela's infrastructure. Big oil companies will either get reimbursed by us or through revenue, Trump told NBC in an exclusive interview. As Carl Quintanilla says, out, helping you pay for your healthcare costs, in, helping oil companies pay for their infrastructure in a foreign country. So could it get any worse for Donald Trump? Actually, it can. When you had basically every country in the United Nations yesterday, Security Council condemning the United States, where China essentially asserted itself as the leader of the world, calling on the United States to recognize the sovereignty of countries like Venezuela and others and to respect the UN Charter, while you had Trump's stooge, Mike Walls, the ambassador to the United Nations, say this is all about dominance of the Western Hemisphere, and we are going to seize whatever we want in the Western Hemisphere. That's what the United
The same stupid Mike Waltz who contact a editor of the Atlantic to join in on an unsecure app Signal to talk to Pete Kegbreath about a future strike that they were about to do in Yemen. Who was the national security advisor. This same dummy. Now he is in the UN talking all of this dumb shit. Notice he said nothing about law. He's talking about we are and this is what we're gonna do and all of this, while the United States was dragged at the UN. I'm pretty sure many of you don't even know that there was a UN meeting yesterday about Donald Trump. What did Donald's good buddy Russia have to say? What did Donald good friend Xi have to say? We'll go through it. Yes, I covered that, Frank. Yes. Let's continue.
States said in a United Nations meeting. And by the way, could it get any worse? Well, Donald, isn't this your puppet right here, Delcy Rodriguez, who you believe is going to be running Venezuela in the interest of the United States now? So Maduro's number two, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, is who Donald Trump has anointed to basically be his handpicked leader in Venezuela. She was sworn in yesterday as the now president of Venezuela. Seems the coordination of theirs seems a little bit coordinated. We'll just say that. And look at her right here. Give big hugs to the ambassador of China, the ambassador of Russia, the ambassador of Iran. You see her right there. They were all there at her swearing in ceremony. So Donald Trump has thrown under the bus Maria Corina Machado, the main opposition leader who backed Edmundo Gonzalez, who by all accounts, Gonzalez won the Venezuelan election in July 2024. But Trump said they don't have the respect, or Machado.
So, 4547 wants you to believe that the people's choice in Venezuela doesn't have the respect. So he's going with the vice president, the handpicked vice president of, what is his name? Oh my God. What is his name? Mondero or oh my God, I cannot believe I can't. His name has been in the fucking news. The hand picked person for the VP under the current man who they have locked up in New York on some trumped up bullshit charges. So I guess he refused to give him everything that he wanted. The only thing that they care about is that the U.S. is allowed to go in and take all of their resources. This is what this is about. Uh, they didn't even bother to write up the charges good enough on these alleged drug charges. Yes, I do know. Yes, I do know. So, he feels that it's better to have someone who he thinks that he can control in this position. Well, we'll see how this is going to work out. And he also gave her a very veiled threat. Said if she doesn't do it, things were going to turn out much worse for her than it has for what is his name? Maduro? Oh God. It's going to turn out much worse for her. Madero, what is his goddamn name? It's going to turn out worse for her.
Doesn't have the respect of the Venezuelan people, and thus it's going to be Dulce Rodriguez. And look, Dulce Rodriguez likely does have some side deal with Donald for oil, but look at her right here. And you have the China ambassador, Russia ambassador, Iran ambassador. Certainly give her a warm greeting. So China, Russia, Iran don't feel like they're getting cut out there. So I'm just trying to understand what was the planning here. The plan was to pick another Maduro stooge to just lead Venezuela and then allow Russia, Iran, and China to continue their influence while throwing the main opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, under the bus. And she's had to go through this humiliation ritual for Donald and MAGA. She had to say the 2020 election was rigged and stolen because that's what Donald wanted her to do. She dedicated the freaking Nobel Peace Prize to Donald, but Donald was pissed that she accepted it in the first place. According to the reporting from the Washington Post and others, that was the last straw when Machado accepted that Nobel Peace Prize. Donald Trump wanted that Peace Prize for himself. Machado then went on state regime media last night. She was on Hannity, and now state regime media is trying to help her out because they realize that Donald Trump screwed this whole thing up, and now he just has another Maduro person running Venezuela who's going to still be helping Russia, Iran, and China, while the United States just looks absolutely helpless and pathetic. So Hannity brings on Machado, and this is not AI. This is
Once again, I understand you are in your feelings because I'm giving you factual information, but do not write curse words in my chat. I thought that I was very clear about that. But if I wasn't clear, I'm saying it again. Because you are butthurt, do not come in my chat writing curse words. Capiche? Let's continue.
This is a real interview where Hannity goes, so are you going to offer Donald Trump your Nobel Peace Prize? Will you give him your Peace Prize if he lets you be the president? And then Machado goes, it hasn't happened yet, but we want to give Donald the Nobel Peace Prize. You want to hand Donald your Nobel Peace Prize? At this point, has Donald Trump just destroyed the whole Nobel Peace Prize? When someone who wins it wants to give it to someone for unlawfully invading the country in order to become the president?
No, don't fuck me. Go fuck your daddy. Like your culture is used to doing anyway. Go fuck your cousin, like your culture is used to doing anyway. Fuck you, bitch. Let's continue.
What? This is what Machado said on Fox. Play this clip.
Did you at any point offer to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen? I had read that somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people, certainly want to give it to him and share it with him. What he has done, as I said, is historic. It's a huge step toward.
It seems like all the Democrats are reading off the same script. It's like they have no imagination whatsoever in order to really report what's happening, unlike they did with Biden and Obama. Why do we need imagination when we have the facts? You are living in an imaginary world. We're given the facts. When you have the facts, well, what do you need to create lies for? People who are giving facts don't need to have imagination. Are you dumb or are you stupid? I think you're stupid. Let's continue.
Towards a democratic transition.
And then Machado's like, we need the transition with the opposition party to move forward. She says that Delcy Rodriguez, who's now the president of Venezuela, is the main ally with Russia, China, and Iran, and should not be trusted by international leaders or by oil companies. Well, she's now in charge. Donald Trump said that you're gone and that you're not respected. He picked her, the authoritarian, allied with Russia, Iran, and China.
I'm sure by the United States government and by the Venezuelan people. And certainly we believe that these.
Who's fighting for a job? Job stealing. There's only who's actually fighting for a job. But I notice you guys have nothing to say about the ones who employ undocumented immigrants against the law, because they are never. Nothing ever happens to the ones who hire undocumented immigrants. I notice that you guys have no ink and ire about them hiring undocumented immigrants and paying them under the table because they can pay them less under the table. I notice you guys don't notice how many jobs are not even advertised to give an American citizen a job. Because they would rather pay undocumented immigrants. But you have nothing to say about the people who hire them, who go without any fine or any repercussions. Let's continue.
Should move forward. Delcy Rodriguez, as you know, is one of the main architects of torture, persecution, corruption, narco trafficking. She's the main ally and liaison with Russia, China, Iran. Certainly not an individual that could be, trusted by international investors, and she's really rejected, repudiated by the Venezuelan people. So we move forward, and as you mentioned, and we won an election by a landslide under fraudulent conditions. In free and fair elections, we will win by over 90% of the votes. I have no doubt about it.
Maria Corina Machado, thank you. Godspeed. Please be safe. And I hope you have a lot of protection when you get there. It's scary.
By the way, even on state regime media, you had Jesse Waters saying, yeah, this wasn't regime change because the regime is still intact. Maduro's regime is still there. Okay, here, play this clip.
This guy out of here. But Dana, this is not regime change. This is just trying to change the regime's behavior. Remember, the regime is still intact. So you have this vice president who we're going to have to deal with. Now, I don't know whether she is an ideologue, a thief, a nationalist. We're about to find out.
Might be our asset.
She could be. We don't know yet, but time will tell.
And then Jesse Waters.
I don't know if she's an ideologue or a thief. As 4547 is stealing the whole treasury, as 4547 has all of these quid pro quos where he's making billions off of the presidency. As 4547 just tried to rationalize and took a $400 million jet from Qatar. But all of a sudden, Qatar is our great friend. Make any of this bullshit make sense? Are you afraid that she may be a thief because the oligarchs will have less to steal from that country? Hmm? Is that what you're worried about, Jesse?
Water says, well, we might not have elections in Venezuela for some time, but it's better that it's done this way. I'd rather have them on our payroll than have them on the payroll of the cartels and the communists. What in the world are you talking about? Machado was the opposition leader. Delcy Rodriguez is in the Maduro regime, who's allied with Russia, Iran, and China. Here, play this clip.
Now, we might not have elections for quite some time. We might have to bribe a lot of people in Venezuela, but I'd rather have them on our payroll than have them on the payroll of the cartels and the communists, which is why we'll be going down and broadcasting all next week live from Caracas.
I can't wait.
Johnny.
Bitch, who the fuck are you talking to? Bitch, who the fuck are you talking to? I've worked full-time jobs since I've been 14 years old, you stupid cunt. Get the fuck out of my chat. Always talking that dumb shit when half of the white population is sitting up smoking meth in trailers. Unemployed and underemployed and not and undereducated, you stupid bitch. With that racist dumb shit. Black people cannot be racist. I don't care how many times you dumb motherfuckers try to cry victim to racism. Y'all want to genderify everything about black life down to racism. Black people don't have the power to be racist. We don't have the power to exclude you from banking, from housing, from anything. You stupid motherfucker. Learn what racism is. I always want to co-opt everything about black life. I want to be the victim to racism now. You stupid motherfuckers. As you sit up and assume that everybody black don't look for a job and don't have jobs. When the black women are the most educated people in this whole United States of America. Get the fuck out of my chat, stupid bitch.
We'll be on the streets, getting the pulse of the people, doing man on the street, and that is something everybody will look forward to.
I can't wait to see the movie.
By the way, even Megyn Kelly is saying when I turn on Fox, it's like regime media. Play this clip.
When I was at Fox News, which was a long time, 14 years, I would have known exactly what to do in the wake of Trump's attack in Venezuela, his retrieval, shall we say, to put it in mild terms, of Nicolas Maduro. I would have known that I was supposed to cheerlead it. And I turned on Fox News yesterday, and I'm sorry, but it was like watching Russian propaganda. There was nothing skeptical. It was all rah-rah, cheerleading. Yes, let's go.
So with all of this going on, Donald Trump is doing what Donald Trump does. He goes on social media and he starts ranting and raving like a lunatic. You have Donald Trump attacking the family of the late slain Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman. Donald Trump is saying that she was probably assassinated by Governor Walz and the family members.
And when we know, they were killed by a rabid MAGA supporter, and now he's trying to blame Governor Walz likely put a hit out on her. So who's up in arm about this bullshit and propaganda? Who's up in arm about the left is always vilifying people on the right who get shot down? And this brain dead motherfucker comes out and says that the governor of Minneapolis Minnesota is likely have put a hit out on Melissa Hortman and her father and the other senator in Minnesota who got shot. But I don't see the right up in arms about that. I don't see JD Vance coming out saying anybody who carries this story should be doxxed. I don't see any of that. I don't see your actual vice president saying that people should be doxxed who carry on this bullshit story. Unlike we saw this happen regarding Charlie Kirk when no elected official said anything as crass and disgusting about the Charlie Kirk death as 4547 just said about Melissa Horton's, her husband's death and their dog. Where's the outcry? Because you're hypocrites. You're full of shit.
Of Melissa Hortman had to come out and say, can you please remove these videos that you're showing, Donald, defaming our mother who was murdered? As this one account says, only Donald Trump can make the murder of your parents worse. He's unmatched in this ability. Donald Trump also says pregnant women don't use Tylenol unless absolutely necessary. Don't give Tylenol to your young children for virtually any reason. Break up the MMR shot into 3 totally separate. What are you talking about? Donald Trump is the guy who is just taking 350 milligrams of whatever he's taking every single day. Donald Trump, as our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski says, president, OBGYN doctor, architect, windmills and renewable energy expert, whale psychologist, media critic, economist, author, TV host, technology.
A jack of all trade, master at none. Let's move on. I just wanted to give you a little bit of that. The link is in my description box under what is it under? That link is in my description box under you will pay for oil companies. So let's move on. There is so much more. Now, it seems funny that all of these right-wing influencers, all of these podcasters, all of these people who spoon-fed you the lies and propaganda about MAGA.
Nuts.
Isn't it funny that they are all eating on themselves? Isn't it funny that even them they are coming to light that they have been fed a bunch of bullshit. Let's get into that story. Leopards are eating their face. This is in my description box under leopards ate my face. Let me share this with you. Let me see. Oh, it's sharing. Okay. Let's get into how I never thought leopards would eat my face. Oh, I never thought leopards would eat my face. Let's get into it.
Okay, Donald Trump, you've lost touch with your fucking base. You've lost touch with reality of what people actually want to see. And the people around you are either not telling you the truth or you're fucking in on it. And if you're not in on it, I would appreciate for you and I to have a discussion so I could inform you about what these people really want. Okay, so this can go on Twitter and, you can have your people call me and I will get my fucking happy ass on an airplane and I'll sit down and enjoy a motherfucking Big Mac with you and we will fucking get real clear about what people actually want because the motherfuckers around you are either full of shit or you're in on it.
Yeah.
And that's where people believe right now. Okay. And here's the thing.
A lot of people believe that.
Yes.
Dude.
And here's the thing. Okay. I said on last show, you're going to go down as the president who had the opportunity to fix this country and chose not to. And you might say, oh, well, that doesn't really fucking matter. Well, you know what? It's going to matter because your kids are going to get blackballed in America. Okay. Your legacy is going to be ruined. The Trump name will be a fucking joke. And I know you care about those things.
No.
And you should.
Former MAGA podcaster Candace Owens just went on Piers Morgan, and here's what she had to say about Donald Trump. Let's play this clip.
Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, you can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of politics in America is going to look very differently because of his actions. So I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. But this is not the candidate that I voted for.
Then you had the former MAGA podcaster Tim Dillon, who says the Trump regime is over. Trump is a lame duck. Bye-bye, Donald. Watch what MAGA or former MAGA podcaster Tim Dillon has to say. Here, play this clip right here.
Let's look at Trump here. And I do think, unfortunately, this kind of is the end of, and I say unfortunately, not because I care, truly, but I say unfortunately because it seems to not be doing anything good for anyone. This is the end of the Trump administration. This is the beginning of the lame duck presidency. It's obvious to everyone, even his most ardent supporters show up to the White House, like Laura Ingraham, and she's kind of shocked, going, what the hell's going on? Now we'll start, 3 years of talking about the ballroom. He will trail off. He will get older. He's adorned the White House in gold. Epstein's going to suck the oxygen out of a lot of this. We're going to talk about that a little later on. Apparently AI, by the way, the only thing I'm sure of about AI, I'm not an expert, is that AI, as soon as we have robots running around this country, they'll all be pedophiles too. There's no one in power that will apparently just not be a pedophile. All these robots will be pedophiles. 100% will deal with pedophile robots. Our first robot president will be a pedophile. I know that. It's the only thing I know. Our first AI robot president will absolutely be a pedophile.
You've got MAGA influencer and MAGA podcaster Christian Cooper, who voted for Donald Trump, explains why she is on a MAGA influencer unfollowing spree. And she's basically saying, if you're still MAGA right now, and she said, I'm someone who voted for Trump, she goes, if you're still on this MAGA bandwagon, there's something wrong with you. Watch what she has to say. Play this clip.
I just went on a MAGA influencer unfollow spree. And let me tell you why. The mental gymnastics required to stand by your man under these conditions truly, in my opinion, is Olympic level. And I have followed some of these people for years, admired their ability to speak out when the opinion was unpopular. But now I'm starting to think, okay, they were countering the system, but not countering the system, which is the reason why many of us voted for this administration in the first place. Here's some of my problems with this administration. The Epstein list, okay? Referring to the Epstein list as the Epstein hoax after running your entire campaign on that is a slap in the face to all of us. Do you think we are stupid? You cannot gaslight me enough into forgetting that this admin said they were going to release the Epstein list. Pam Bondi said it was on her desk, okay? We are still sending billions of dollars overseas to fund foreign wars, denying America's interests, right? We've got some problems here in the mainland. Approving PFA pesticides to be sprayed all over our fruit and vegetables. It's not limited to your fruit and vegetables. This is going into our soil. It's going to leak into our water supply. We are going to be drinking it. Forever chemicals are linked to hormone disruption, thyroid dysfunction, cancer. It's an atrocity. When we're talking about making America healthy again, PFA pesticides is crazy. Debt normalization, 50-year mortgages, essentially saying your kids will never own anything ever. They will never own that little plot of land, the American dream. They're never going to own their own home. The fact that 90% of Black Friday purchases were made using a buy now, pay later like Klarna, that's also crazy. Surveillance expansion through Palantir. Think China during COVID. Yeah, that sounds extreme, doesn't it? That is how rapidly this administration is advancing AI. They're advancing it so quickly. They had to put out a statement to state governments saying, if you try to like put regulations around AI, we're coming for you too. That is how much this federal government wants to advance AI and data centralization. So freaking scary. And then you can't ask anything about any of this. If you start asking questions, you were never really MAGA. You're not based, right? All this infighting is caused by Candace and Tucker. Y'all, please be so serious. Don't insult our intelligence like that, right? We might like Candace and Tucker, but they're not changing our opinions. They're just saying what a lot of us are thinking.
Now, amongst that like MAGA alpha bro community, you have these people named like Clav and others, and they're just saying, we'll vote Gavin Newsom over JD Vance. And they have like their own bizarre language. They're like Gavin Moggs, JD Vance, and like Gavin is a Chad, is a Giga Chad, and JD Vance is like JD Vance. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall.
Okay. This is a MAGA influencer saying that JD is too fat and ugly to win office. Now, I think I heard that this man went through surgery to add 6 inches to his leg. I think this is the guy. I think this is the guy who also. I could be wrong, but I think this is the guy who reportedly used meth to lose weight and is so in tune with trying to look good with plastic surgeries and all of this. This is who MAGA is being influenced by. And why is he sitting down even talking to someone so vapid? But hey, that's the MAGA. That's the MAGA youth.
It is got to be.
Well, still,
6'2",
I mean,
6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
Then you have all of these MAGA influencers turning against Ben Shapiro. Like here you have Andrew Schultz. Here's what he had to say about Shapiro. Play this clip.
Wait a minute. It's crazy. So wait, is the Daily Wire an American media platform or is it an Israeli media platform? I'm just asking.
This guy's cooking.
I'm just asking. If the rule is, I'm just saying, if the rule is you cannot be critical, because he has no problem being very critical of America.
Yep.
But you can't criticize Israel as a country. That's just another country, unless you're saying, and you're clearly admitting, that the Daily Wire is an arm of the Israeli propaganda machine. Is that? Oof. Are you manipulating the religious right in America? Are you manipulating the right-wing conservatives in America and selling them country western movies and putting on your little cowboy hat and fake moving in Nashville so that you could take all their money and then in the process restricting free speech, one of the core tenets of the American identity? Ben.
Oof. Benjamin.
What is happening?
Here's what Steve Bannon had to say about Ben Shapiro. Play this clip.
Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Here is what let's take a listen to over. There's Alex Jones. Here's what he has to say about Ben Shapiro. Play this clip.
In fact, it needs to be put to Ben Shapiro, who is definitely in the pocket of Netanyahu. I think he is an intelligence asset. My opinion, how he operates, Levin, I believe they are officially Israeli spies. Okay? And I don't hate Israel in and of itself existing. I do hate people that act like they're Americans and act like they're loyal when everything they do flies in the face of that. And I believe from action and behavior that Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro are actual intelligence operatives card carrying with Israeli intelligence agencies. I know the cut of their...
Now, here's what Ben Shapiro says about them. Here, play this. He calls them extremists. Here, play this clip.
He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that, just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. Hosts are indeed responsible for the guests they choose and the questions they ask those guests. Fourth, because we have a duty to truth, we also have a duty to provide you with evidence of the claims that we make. Emotive accusations, conspiracy theories, and just guessing questions, that's lazy and stupid and misleading. None of them are a substitute for truth. None of them are a substitute for evidence. So when Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
By the way, Ben Shapiro's been losing like 30,000 followers over the past 30 days, and Ben Shapiro's basically like done in the MAGA community. Then you have Megyn Kelly crashing out as she tells the MAGA influencers to go F themselves. This is Megyn Kelly telling MAGA influencers to go F themselves. Here, play this clip right here.
To the hateful people whom I used to call friends, who have been all over the internet trying to shame me and say that no one should ever listen to this program again because I haven't spoken out on the Erica-Candace conflict. There's no, I don't have any pearls of wisdom other than go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. You have no fucking clue what's going on. You don't know what I do behind the scenes. And your world is so myopically online. You fail to understand there are real humans involved here, and actually being able to touch grass and have relationships with them, which is something I'm doing, could prove to actually benefit all involved. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't at all, but it's at least got a shot. I'm not sure your Twitter shame game has gotten anything of value done.
Then you have Joe Rogan saying the following about Donald Trump's putting up these like ridiculous plaques on the White House. Here's what he says. Play this clip.
Did you see how I think it was? I don't. These days you don't know what has to be confirmed or not, but it looked like on the Kennedy Center they started putting the name Trump on it.
Yeah, he added his name to it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And he took out the Kennedy Rose Garden. And you're like, what?
Oh,
just take it away. Now it's like a cement fucking
nutty.
plot.
There's nothing nuttier than the plaques underneath the president's
That's insane.
names.
That's insane.
Shane and I were just reading them the other day.
It's
We're like,
insane.
How is this real?
It doesn't feel real. And
Well,
you're just like,
how are you allowed to do that? That's the thing. It's
I
like,
think
how is he allowed to write that
in
on
the
those
White
plaques?
House? You can just probably, as president, do what you want in the White House.
Turns out you obviously can.
Yeah.
But nobody ever did it.
I think you can do whatever you want in the White House. Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber. They refuse to say that this man is insane and running the White House and needs to be thrown out of the White House because of the things that he's doing. I believe you can do anything you want to do when you're in the White House. Dumb and Dumber, who was telling you to vote for the man that they're speaking of right now. The influencers who influenced and lied and took softball interviews with Joe Rogan, did a whole 3-hour softball interview and got the same crazy response that he's talking about right now. from the person who he helped get in the White House. But I digress.
Before
those are going to get taken down.
No, they'll be up forever.
I don't think so.
They're going to leave it like that forever.
No fucking way.
Yeah, like a museum piece.
It's so crazy.
They should have like the Trump wing. This is what happened when he was president.
Look at this fucking lunatic.
The auto pen photo of Joe Biden
and the actual what's written there is crazy.
Crazy.
This is
But notice how there's no reflection on their part in it, or their culpability in getting this crazy person in office.
It should
widely considered the worst president of all. Like, what are you talking about?
It should be like a museum.
Yeah.
It should be the facts of his presidency, what happened during his term, the Iraq war started and da-da-da.
Yeah.
It should be that.
Of course.
That's it. If that,
And under Reagan, it's like Reagan liked Trump and Trump liked him too.
Trump was a fan of Reagan. What?
Why is that relevant?
Reagan was a fan of Trump. What?
It's guys,
nuts.
Crazy.
But you can't just let someone just fucking fully swim in it like that.
I know.
So he needs like a right-hand man. You go, sir.
I think they just...
I understand the motive.
Well, then Rogan mocks Donald Trump for covering up the Epstein files. Let's play this clip right here. Let's play it.
The Epstein files.
I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden he's going to release the files. Well, I thought there was no files.
Man.
He wants an investigation now.
Listen.
Like, what is going on?
They voted 427 to 1.
Who was the one?
Whoa, who's the one?
I didn't see why he said, but he did.
National security.
No fucking way you gonna be the one. No, if you found out all of Congress voted for something and you the only one that didn't, can you change your vote? You can't be the one, guy.
It should be that it has to be like no one can know what the vote is before you do it.
Bro, I would love to hear his reason. How you the one?
Well, I was feeling like let's move past it and let's get on with our business. And
you can't move past it.
These billionaires are good people. Okay,
you can't move past it.
They're good, solid people.
And then because MAGA has, really spread this, this racism and this hate, and they've anointed people like Nick Fuentes, it's now backfiring on them, as even someone like Fuentes is like, the reason I'm voting for Gavin Newsom is that he's got a white family, and I'm not voting for J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance married an Indian woman. I mean, like, this is what's going on. I don't even want to play this clip. I'll just play a small portion of it because I want to give you insight into what's happening in the MAGA podcast world. Here, play this clip right here.
So this is the image of Gavin Newsom. And we'll zoom in on it so you can get a better look. This is Gavin Newsom's family. Okay? Now, this is who the Republicans want you to think is literally the devil. Okay, this guy is Satan. This guy is evil. This guy is woke. He is a left-wing socialist Muslim. He's a radical Muslim socialist like Barack Obama. But, right off the bat, we could just make some observations. He's white. He's tall. He's handsome. His wife is also white. She's tall. She's good looking. His children, 4 of them, are beautiful, and they're all white with
and they all have blonde hair.
And they're in California.
What's beautiful?
Or maybe this is Hawaii?
Beautiful?
I don't know. But they're in a beautiful state, our beautiful land. Their beautiful blood and our beautiful land in America. If only there was some way to combine those things. Their beautiful genetics, their genes. Weren't Republicans just talking about that? Beautiful genes. Look at these beautiful genes. Look at these beautiful genes on display. And look at our beautiful land.
But Nick, look at your genes on display. Look at your half Hispanic incel genes on display. With that Shih Tzu chin sticking forward. Let's talk about your genes, Nick Fuentes. Are you worthy to be in America with your genes? Let's continue.
And look at the beautiful landscape, our beautiful soil. All for us. This beautiful virgin soil separated from the world by 2 oceans that we control. And those beautiful genes that conquered and tamed it. It's really a sight to behold. This is our enemy, they say. Now, here's the other image. This is our fearless leader, the entity known as J.D. Vance. The entity known as J.D. Hamill, since the last operating system update, is now J.D. Vance. This is his family. Now, let's make some observations here.
And then finally, you have Joe Rogan saying that he doesn't think that Donald Trump has given any evidence that the election was stolen. Here, play this clip.
The problem is when you ask Trump about it, like when I had him on the podcast, I'm like, you think they stole the 2020 election? Like, tell me what's the evidence?
I'm gonna send you some things.
Well, he might not have remembered. He might have just said, "Tell me what they did," and
I'm
like had
gonna
somebody
send you
work on it, and then
something.
they told him, and then he starts talking about it, but he didn't really go in depth about it. I don't know, but he didn't have a satisfactory answer.
No, he didn't.
So that should give you some insight into what is going on.
What he did, he told you he was going to send you some things. Obviously, you forgot what happened. I got tons and tons of paperwork. I'm going to send you some things. Let me share this. He can't get a woman, but likes guys who act like women. Nick is not white. Oh. Hey, pretty zings. It's good to see you. Brian Blake. Kelvin Jackson. I'm aware that Nick is not white, but he is he fronts as a supremacist nonetheless. What Democrat called Republicans racist? Stay on topic. Please stay on topic. Hey Liz, it is good to see you. Nick like femboys. Okay. Hey, yeah, obviously so. I might have to agree with you on that, but let's talk about something you may not have. Don't forget, these are my goals. Is to tell you something that you may not know. I just am trying to inform you of some things, and you may not know this. JP Morgan funds $6 billion a smelter plant that is a silver plant hours after U.S. seizes Venezuela metal wealth. So the U.S. has seized Venezuela's metal wealth. Did I not tell you that they were after these raw earth minerals also in Venezuela? I showed you a portion of the rare earth minerals in Venezuela that is ripe for the picking from 45-47's administration. So hours after the U.S. seized Venezuela's metal wealth, J.P. Morgan financed a silver plant. Now, J.P. Morgan's backs massive smelter projects as U.S. asserts control over Venezuelan metal assets. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that cute? How Jamie Dimon can just go in and do whatever he wants. You know, Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan, who was bailed out with our tax dollars when they were giving all these subprime mortgages and all of that. You know, Dimon. J.P. Morgan Chase underwrote $8 billion smelter plant investment in the United States just hours after Washington moved to seize Venezuelan metal wealth tied to long-standing international legal claims. The deal reflects a rapidly shifting landscape in critical mineral supply chain. Hold on. Let me do something. Uh-oh, too bad. Here we go. The deal reflects rapidly shifting landscape in critical minerals, supply chain security, and sovereign asset control. It also stresses how strategic metals like silver, zinc, and copper are becoming central to diplomatic leverage and industry policy. Why is that? Why is that metals coming important? Because the dollar is dying. I told you a long time ago that these BRICS, they trade in their own currency, so they do not have to stockpile the American dollar, and all of the countries in BRICS are stockpiling gold. That is another one reason why he decided to intervene in Venezuela because Venezuela was using was it. They are expected to actually join the BRICS, and they are trading in uh, their own country's money, and they have been trading with China and Russia in their own money, which is cutting out the U.S. dollar because oil was usually sold on the I forget what it's I forget exactly what it's called on they had to buy oil with dollars, the American dollars, but that expired in Saudi Arabia in 2024. So that is no longer in place. So understand that the American dollar is dying. Now, why is this important? A government-backed smelter investment. The planned smelter is a joint venture involving a Korea Zinc Company with backing from the U.S. government and private investors, including J.P. Morgan Chase and Company. The facility to be located in Clarksville, Tennessee, represents $8 billion investment to build a state-of-the-art processing plant for non-ferrous and strategic metals. Federal support has been substantial. Washington has offered direct incentives through the Department of Commerce Chips and Science Act, which awarded $210 million in funding for equipment and infrastructure at the site. The Department of Defense has also taken significant equity position in the venture. Less than 24 hours after the U.S. strike on Venezuela, the government quietly secured a massive smelter deal to process the country's $1 trillion in precious minerals. Cost of the new facility, $8 billion. Financier, J.P. Morgan. Can you connect the dots yet? U.S. secures a silver smelter deal to process lithium metals, financed by J.P. Morgan, jointly owned by the U.S. Department of Defense. So J.P. Morgan and the United States Department of Defense will be harvesting rare earth minerals, and the deal has already been sealed less than 24 hours after this invasion. So I wanted to share this with you. If you didn't know, if you learned something new over here, please stick around. Here's the link to this article. Here's the link to this article. I talked about rare earth minerals. I was talking about rare earth minerals when they were still in the ocean, striking these boats in the ocean. But your for-profit media wasn't even mentioning the rare earth minerals. Let me share with you once again, the rare earth minerals of Venezuela. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Yes, I can find it. Okay. Let me share this with you. So don't forget, the tech boys want to build all of these tech cities. Now, has been reported that this region of influence, they want to split up this region. This western region that 4547 says that since they're in this region, he should be able to do whatever he wants to do in all of these nations, all the way from Greenland, all the way through South America. Okay. So it has been reported that they want to break these regions up. Peter Thiel is quite interested in Greenland. Greenland is also mineral rich. And Peter Thiel has already constructed these cities. Now, they think that they are trying to do this throughout the whole region. Like I say, all the way from Greenland, all the way in through South America, and have oligarchs take over certain portions of land, and you are not going to have any rule other than what the oligarchs want to be done in the portions that they give these oligarchs. I'm telling you. You think I'm playing? I'm not playing. And they're not playing either. Let me share this with you.
What if I told you this nation was Venezuela, and this immense wealth has almost no global markets and lifted its people from hardship? What if I told you this nation was Venezuela, and this immense wealth has almost nothing to do with the oil that has defined its modern history? It is a startling thought, one that challenges everything we think we know about this troubled South American nation. Beyond the headlines of political turmoil and economic collapse lies a geological and ecological reality that is almost entirely overlooked. This is not a story about black gold, but about the glittering, powerful, and essential resources that lie dormant beneath the soil, within the forests, and deep in the surrounding seas. The world has long associated Venezuela with its colossal oil reserves, the largest on the planet. This single resource has been both a blessing and a curse, fueling decades of prosperity before contributing to a spectacular downfall. Yet, this singular focus has created a massive blind spot. The very same geological forces that created the oil also bless the land with a breathtaking diversity of other minerals. The country's vast, underexplored territories hold the potential for a second, more diversified resource boom. We are talking about the building blocks of the 21st century economy: smartphones, electric cars, green energy, and advanced manufacturing. Let us begin with the minerals that power our modern digital lives: rare earth elements. These 17 metallic elements, neodymium, dysprosium. They are not necessarily rare in the Earth's crust, but rarely found in concentrations high enough to make mining economical. They are absolutely essential for high-strength magnets, wind turbines, electric vehicle motors, phones, laptops. Venezuela's Guiana Shield, a massive ancient geological formation in the south. Rocks there are prime candidates for hosting significant rare earth deposits. If confirmed, Venezuela could rival China. China currently dominates over 80% of the global supply. That would fundamentally alter the geopolitics of technology. The primary reason this potential remains untapped: immense logistical challenges and political instability. Exploring for rare earths requires sophisticated geological mapping, costly laboratory analysis, and substantial long-term investment, all of which have been scarce. The most promising areas are remote and lack roads and power, a silent missed opportunity for Venezuela and strained global supply chains. Gold has a much longer and more tangible history in Venezuela. For centuries, its rivers and lands have been a source of the precious metal, attracting prospectors and fueling legends. Despite this history, the country's full potential is far from realized. While small-scale and often illegal mining is rampant in the south, vast tracts remain geologically unmapped with modern techniques. Experts believe deep within remote river basins and under dense forest cover, undiscovered large-scale gold lodes are waiting to be found. If properly surveyed and developed, these could place Venezuela among the top gold producers, generating billions in revenue. The main barrier is a severe lack of rule of law and security. Illegal mining, often run by armed groups, creates a dangerous, chaotic environment that deters legitimate, large-scale investment. Beyond gold, Venezuela holds immense deposits of industrial minerals like iron ore. One of the planet's largest high-grade iron deposits sits in the Amataca Forest Reserve. This resource can supply steel mills for generations, providing material for construction and manufacturing, and infrastructure worldwide. Significant bauxite and nickel are also known. Venezuela's untapped wealth isn't just what's dug from the ground. It includes living, breathing ecosystems. One of the most biodiverse countries on Earth. Amazon rainforest, sprawling wetlands, cloud forests. These forests act as enormous carbon sinks, absorbing CO2 and stabilizing climate. Carbon finance and payments for ecosystem services can pay to protect forests. This green gold can support communities and preserve biodiversity. But it needs clear land rights, protected territories, and reliable monitoring. Let us begin with the minerals that power our modern digital lives, rare earth elements. These 17 metallic elements, neodymium, dysprosium. They are not necessarily rare in the Earth's crust, but rarely found in concentrations high enough to make mining economical. They are absolutely...
Now, 4547's son, Don Jr., showed him a magnet in the White House, and 4547 came out and said, "Oh, my son is in a new business. He showed me these magnets. Who knew about magnets?" Do you think 4547
essential for high-strength magnets, wind turbines, electric
the sun
in the
will be
Earth's
in on
crust,
this?
but rarely found in concentrations high enough to make mining economical. They are absolutely essential for high-strength magnets, wind turbines, electric vehicle motors, phones, laptops. Venezuela.
Who do you think is going to benefit from this? We already see that JP Morgan is. So those links are in my description box as well. I'm just giving you, trying to give you some information that you can use. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate you helping me reach my goal. Hey, Nappy Child, it has been so long. It has been so long. It is good to see you. T. Danielle, it is good to see you also. So I just wanted to give you guys that information as well. They're saying a little stuff, but they are going to ravish that whole country for wealth. For wealth. This is a smash and grab of epic size. This is what this is. So I just wanted to share a little of that information with you. Let me see. Is there anything else that is pressing that I wanted to share? Let me see. I gave you the... Let's look at the UN. These... hold on one second. The emergency UN meeting behind this Venezuela strike, and see what other nations are saying. Let's delve into that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people. I don't know how this has been looked upon by other nations. Let me stop and share my screen right now. I'm going to go out of order, and I'm going to show you what the incompetent ambassador to the UN from the United States had to say. incompetent in a meaning. He was the first one as the I forget his title. National Security Advisor. He was the first one in this administration to actually call a reporter into one of their little secret get together on a Signal app, a unsecure app, talking about strikes that they were going to make in Yemen, which, if had been intercepted, which they very well could have been on this unsecure app, would have put the lives of the people who were about to make these strikes. It could have put their lives in danger. Okay, so let's get to him and this cocky shit that he had the nerves to say. Am I sharing it? I think I'm sharing it. Yes, I'm sharing it. Let's get to that first.
And increasingly, Europe. As Secretary Rubio stated just yesterday, this is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be used as a base of operation for our nation's adversaries and competitors and rivals of the United States. You can't.
No, we don't live. We live in the United States. Now he's saying, because we live in the United States and it's in the Western Hemisphere, everyone who lives in the Western, all sovereign nation has to be beholden to the United States. Let's see how this works out for the United States. As they isolate the United States from the whole world by telling everyone in the world that the United States is going to do whatever it chooses to do and take from whatever sovereign country that they choose to take from. Let's see how this work out. Let's see if they're going to put their motherfucking mouths on China and when China decides to take back Taiwan. Let's see what they're going to have to say. We already know that they don't give a fuck what Putin does. We already know that they are ready to abandon Ukraine. So are they going to say, well, Vladimir, I'm not saying anything about what you're doing in Ukraine, so don't say nothing about what I'm doing in Venezuela. But Putin has some investments and he needs some things from Venezuela. But Putin and 45-47s are good buddies, so hey, maybe they'll be able to work it out. But the European Union is in trouble. The world may be in trouble. All of this bullshit and posturing to get billionaires rich. What is it doing for your life? And how is it putting your life at risk? They're talking about, they always bring up, we need this for national security. We need Greenland for national security of our country. Greenland is allegedly slated to go to Peter Thiel. And all of his mineral wealth as well. And Peter Thiel, who has his little communities that is ruled by no government, and they are implanting all of these AI chips and all of this technologies into the bodies of people. That same Peter Thiel who said that he doesn't know if humankind should exist, but when he finally stopped stuttering about the answer, he said that it should exist with a lot of fucking robotic pieces in humankind. That Peter Thiel. These are the people who 45-47 is looking out for.
Turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Hezbollah, for gangs, for Cuban intelligence agents, and other malign actors that control that country. You cannot continue to have the largest energy reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States,
the largest energy reserves in the world. That's what you're worried about. You're not worried about if they're controlled by Hezbollah, Iran. You're not worried about any of that. You're worried about the largest reserves of wealth in the world. That's what you're worried about.
Control that country. You cannot, for Cuban intelligence agents and other malign actors that control that country, you cannot continue to have the largest energy reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, under the control of illegitimate leaders, and not benefiting the people of Venezuela, and stolen by a handful of oligarchs inside of Venezuela. But it doesn't.
Stolen by a handful of oligarchs. And as you learn that they are stealing the silver, they had signed an agreement with the Department of Defense and JP Morgan Chase. But you got these motherfuckers talking about, we don't want the oil stolen by a couple of people, making a couple of people rich. And who's going to get rich off of this? They're playing in your faces. Let's continue. This link is going to be in my description box as well, under UN meeting.
Stop there. Numerous UN and international human rights organizations have issued reports documenting serious human rights abuses by the Maduro regime, including reports of extrajudicial killings, political prisoners, torture, and arbitrary and unlawful detentions. In fact, over 8 million Venezuelans have fled the country, destabilizing their neighbors in the region and creating the world's largest refugee crisis. Members of this council, colleagues, the United States wants a better future for Venezuela. We believe a better future for the people of Venezuela and for the people of the region and the world is stabilizing the region and making the neighborhood that we live in a much better and safer place. And this is why millions of Venezuelans that have fled this brutal regime are celebrating and cheering around the world as this body pontificates, including those celebrating are including in my home state of Florida, where hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans have fled this regime's brutality. I want to reiterate, President Trump gave diplomacy a chance. He offered Maduro multiple off-ramps. He tried to de-escalate. Maduro refused to take them. President Trump made it clear that the narco-terrorism must stop, and yet it continued. The United States will not waver in our actions to protect America.
So even though Venezuela wanted to stop, wanted to talk, and he said that he would sign an oil agreement with America, this motherfucker is coming up to the UN saying he would not stop. And I would be remiss if I didn't note this motherfucking seam going down the middle of his motherfucking head. Looked like he got a zip up head because his scalp reduction surgery did not go well to remove all the bald skin on the top of his head, while he's trying to keep it cute for black men with big dicks on the apps that he go to peruse big dicks with his married ass. Married to a woman ass. I would be remiss if I didn't highlight that big zipper in the top of his motherfucking head. Oh, y'all forgot about that? Y'all forgot him perusing that app and trying to get a big dick black man to come visit him in Washington, D.C.? Oh yeah, this is a very sloppy motherfucker. He had not locked down his personal profile, and this is what they found this married motherfucker doing. Okay, I digress. Let's continue.
Americans from the scourge of narco-terrorism and seeks peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. I thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so that's where I started. Let's hear some of the serious people.
History has repeatedly demonstrated that military invasions against sovereign states yield only instability and deepen crises.
The President of the United States of America during the afternoon of 3rd January 2026, in which he not only threatened with additional airstrikes against the Venezuelan territory, but also claimed to resolve to occupy and govern the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and to exploit the natural resources and administer the wealth of that sisterly nation in what can only be described
Hey, Leonard.
as the confession of a clear plan of annexation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We wish to, due to the shortcomings of its predecessor, the League of Nations, the UN was created to prevent countries from resorting to conflict, to settle disputes and prohibit the use of force unless it is done in a legally prescribed manner. In doing so, the UN has played a pivotal role in ensuring peaceful existence amongst nations, including in ending the colonial subjugation by powerful countries over others, underpinned by respect for the equal rights of nations, large and small, and respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. Joining the organization and committing to its principles afforded protection to many of us, with the supposed assurance that no longer would one nation be seen as inferior to another. Unfortunately, when countries ignore the Charter and act contrary to its central premise, it undermines the credibility of the entire system in which we all undertake our international relations. The stability of the international system depends not only on the respect, but on the consistent application of these established legal norms. We all benefit from a rules-based international order based on international law. When we break those norms, we invite anarchy and an environment where might makes right, ignoring the complexity of interrelations and interdependence in our modern world. Mr. President, the unilateral military strikes carried out by the United States of America against Venezuela and the abduction of President Nicolas Maduro and his spouse from Venezuelan territory for transfer to the United States wantonly violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity and independence of Venezuela. These actions are also in stark contrast to our established legal norms, reinforcing the belief that might is right and undermining diplomacy. History has repeatedly demonstrated that military invasions against sovereign states yield only instability and deepen crises. Unlawful unilateral force of this nature undermines the stability of the international order and the principle of equality among nations. Such use of force also undermines the institutional infrastructure established to regulate relations among nations. We have seen examples of these in Libya, Iraq, and countless cases in Africa, where foreign interventions and interference create security crises and undermine national governance institutions cultivated through nuanced and complex national contexts.
So, if you have a security crisis, if you the nation happens to fall apart, nobody's paying attention to the robbers, of the ones who are robbing of these nations. Nobody is paying attention to the contracts that are signed under duress, like the one that was signed hours after the invasion by JP Morgan and the Department of Defense. Does that make sense to you? Yes, it should.
South Africa stresses that allegations of internal governance challenges, human rights concerns, or acts of criminality by a head of state cannot justify a breach of the Charter's prohibition on the use of force, particularly Article 2.4 of the Charter. The peaceful resolution of disputes and internal matters must proceed in accordance with international law and through multilateral mechanisms. Additionally, under international law, a state has exclusive jurisdiction over persons and conduct within its own territory. Any enforcement of domestic law, including arrest by one state within the territory of another state without the state's consent, is an unlawful violation of sovereignty. There are recourse mechanisms at the disposal of states to implement international law. This includes taking action by bringing a case before the International Court of Justice or seeking action from the Security Council. We note the statement issued by a group of concerned countries, mainly those in the Latin American region, most affected by the developments in Venezuela, which reiterates that the situation in Venezuela must be resolved exclusively through peaceful means, through dialogue, negotiation, and respect for the will of the Venezuelan people in all its expressions, without external interference and in accordance with international law. Mr. President, each one of our countries, including our peoples, that are members of this organization and that are bound to its charters, have the right to determine our own democratic and political path. This inherent charter-given right to self-determination cannot and should not be abrogated. If we do not stand up for the sovereign rights of any nations or states when they are undermined and wantonly violated, then which one of us are safe or are guaranteed protection by the principles of the Charter and international law? Failure to act decisively against such violations is a tantamount to inviting anarchy and normalizing the use of force and military might as the main form of discourse in international politics. This would be a regression into a world preceding the United Nations, a world that gave us two brutal world wars, and an international system prone to severe structural instability and lawlessness. We cannot afford to proceed into a complex future without the stability and protection afforded by international law. I thank you.
I thank
Okay, that was South Africa.
the representative of South Africa for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Eritrea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me at the onset to congratulate Your Excellency and the government of the Federal Republic of Somalia on assuming the presidency of the Security Council for the month of January. We also extend our congratulations to Bahrain, Colombia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Liberia, and Latvia on their election to the Security Council. As this is the first Security Council meeting of the year, allow me to pay tribute to the outgoing members, Algeria, Guyana, the Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, and Slovenia, for their dedicated service and diligent work throughout the tenure of the Council. I read this statement on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the United Nations Charter. The Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations condemns the most unequivocal and categoric manner the act of aggression perpetrated on 3rd January 2026 against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela by special forces of the United States of America, which included armed attacks against civilian and military objects in the capital city of Caracas, as well as in various other cities of the Venezuelan territory, and the illegal abduction of the President and First Lady of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, His Excellency Mr. Nicolas Maduro Moros, and Her Excellency Mrs. Celia Flores de Maduro. The member states of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations expressed their serious concern at the impact of these series of armed attacks, particularly on civilians and their human rights to life, which have included military assaults with U.S. Special Forces, while emphasizing that such acts constitute a clear breach of international law and of each and every principle governing international relations, including those foreseen in the Charter of the United Nations. The Group of Friends of the Charter of the United Nations reiterates its firm support to the constitutional government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela under the leadership of President Nicolas Maduro Moros, and emphasize the importance of ensuring strict respect for the inviolability of the immunities accorded to heads of states and government under international law, while renewing its unwavering solidarity with the Venezuelan people in their ongoing struggle for defending their homeland, including through the actions it may take within the framework of international law to exercise its inalienable right to self-defense. The member states of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations demand for the immediate cessation of all hostilities against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, for the full respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and inalienable right to self-determination of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, for the immediate return of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores de Maduro to the Venezuelan national territory, and for those responsible for these acts of aggression to be held accountable. The group of friends of the Charter of the United Nations firmly reject the remarks delivered by the President of the United States of America during the afternoon of 3rd January 2026, in which he not only threatened with additional airstrikes against the Venezuelan territory, but also claimed to resolve to occupy and govern the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and to exploit the natural resources and administer the wealth of that sisterly nation in what can only be described as the confession of a clear plan of annexation that foresees, among others, the complete obliteration of the inalienable rights of the Venezuelan people, as well as the fundamental rights of the Venezuelan state as a whole. The member states of the Group of Friends of the Defense of the Charter of the United Nations call on all relevant international bodies, including the Security Council and the General Assembly of the United Nations, to swiftly mobilize in order to uphold the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and to urgently take appropriate measures to avoid further escalation of the situation on the ground, particularly additional acts of aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and preserve both regional and international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Eritrea for her statement and now give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, representing 121 member states united by the shared principle of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. The Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, categorically condemns the act of aggression perpetuated by the United States of America against the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela since the early hours of 3rd January 2026, which included armed attacks against civilian and military locations in the capital city of Caracas, as well as in various other cities of the Venezuelan territory. The Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement notes that attacks in question, which blatantly violate the purposes and the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the norms of the international law, constitute an act of war against the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela that undermines both regional and international peace, security, and stability, while also threatening the very right to life of the Venezuelan people. Excuse me. The Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement demands the immediate cessation of all hostilities against the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, the full respect of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and inalienable rights to the self-determination of Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, and that those responsible for those ongoing acts of aggression to be held accountable. The Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement reaffirms the inviolability of the immunities accorded to the heads of states and government under international law, which constitute a fundamental pillar of sovereign equality, peace, coexistence, and stable international relations. These immunities, firmly rooted in customary international law and consistent with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, must be respected universally without discrimination, and any actions or measures that undermine or selectively disregard them risk eroding multilateralism, destabilizing international relations, and weakening the international legal order. Excuse me. Mr. President, the Coordinating Bureau of the Non-Aligned Movement reiterates its full solidarity with the people and government of the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela at this critical time, and insists that military solutions are not viable avenues for addressing any issues that may be of concern between members of the international community. I thank you, Mr. President.
And now give the floor.
Peaceful coexistence. Our position underscores the importance of dialogue, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect for constitutional and institutional frameworks. Mr. President, the complex situation in Venezuela requires a comprehensive response that is both inclusive and nationally owned. We continue to hold that a sustainable and peaceful resolution can only be found through constructive dialogue among Venezuelans themselves, with genuine respect for the aspiration and rights of the Venezuelan people, and with the constructive support of the international community. The A3 expresses its solidarity with the people of Venezuela and reiterates the African Union's commitment to peace, stability, and mutual respect among nations and regions. It's important for all parties, both within Venezuela and in the broader international community, to exercise restraint and responsibility, upholding international law and avoiding any action that could escalate tension or threaten regional stability. The A3 stands ready to support all efforts within this council and in cooperation with regional partners to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution to the situation in Venezuela. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liberia for the statement, and now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela.
This man is insane. Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, cannot go on TV without throwing a tantrum and crashing out. I want to show you the CNN interview with Jake Tapper and Stephen Miller, which very quickly derails after Tapper asks the simple question, who is currently running Venezuela? This should not be a gotcha question. It is not a trick question, but Stephen Miller begins to immediately get mad. Later on in the interview, Stephen Miller completely loses his mind, and this turns into a shouting match. Just for some context, Stephen Miller is rumored to be playing a big part in this quote-unquote transition, if you want to call it, but really, it's not a regime change. The same regime has stayed in power. We are now just coercing this regime to give us oil. The Washington Post reported earlier today, the National Security Council staff has been gutted, and the administration has yet to nominate an assistant secretary of state to handle the Western Hemisphere. The White House is weighing giving Stephen Miller, Trump's deputy chief of staff and Homeland Security advisor, a more elevated role in overseeing post-Maduro operations in Venezuela. Miller has been the architect of a lot of the administration's most radical immigration policy, radical deportation policy. And with that background, I want to show you this clip of Stephen Miller just melting down. I'll interject in between the clips, but I'm going to let this.
I apologize. What I said is, we hear this term Western Hemisphere so much. I talked to you about the sphere of influence way earlier than we have started hearing this Western Hemisphere. If you come to my channel, I broke that down months ago. And here we are with this sphere of influence that they want to interject this Western Hemisphere phrase all the time. But what the United States citizens don't understand, that it has always been easy for us to say, oh, we're going to war, oh, we're going to war. But this time, see, the United States have never had war on its own land before. So it's always been easy for us to talk about war, as this president is isolating us from the whole world. See, we never had bombs falling down on the United States streets. So while you guys are playing games and believing this bullshit and hyperbole as oligarchs go in and steal the riches from other nations, what's going to happen when other nations start doing the same thing to the United States? See, this should cause you some pause. This should make you think. But you're incapable of having independent thought. You're sheep that are being led to slaughter. Let's continue.
Play out before giving my opinion. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed below and check this out.
The question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manu Raju that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world.
No, we live in a real world that is governed by laws. That's the real world that everyone else live in. Understand what he just said. Not one time did he say we live in a world that is governed by law.
But are you saying?
And you think everything's going to be okay for America. You believe this bullshit that everything's going to be okay for America. Everything is not okay for America right now. America economy is fucking down the fucking drain. As people are losing their health care, as they have no problem taking SNAP benefits from children and disabled people. But you believe that everything is all right in America, as they take away the subsidies for you to have health insurance, and do nothing to the oligarchs who make sure that they deny your health care services when you have insurance, to make sure that they can have more money to distribute among their shareholders. But you think everything's okay in America, as they do this blatant shit, because they have some of you following like sheep and too stupid to have independent thought beyond the rhetoric that they put out, and you don't know you're being fucked. So they've emboldened their fucking greed. They've emboldened themselves, talking about the Western Hemisphere. And how do you benefit from any of this? How does your life improve from any of this? They're not even trying to improve the lives of America, and talking about they're about to run Venezuela. How they running Venezuela and they can't even run the United States? But you stupid motherfuckers have nothing to say about that. Let's continue.
That's the beginning of time.
But in terms of
United
day-to-day
States-
operations in Venezuela, that is acting President Rodriguez, right? It's not some sort of American emissary.
No, what I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake. So I want to say what I'm saying, and then you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is that by definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission.
Okay, a few things.
They need our permission. I'm gonna skip through Adam's commentary. I dropped his link. It is in the chat under the snake crashes out. Go over there and check out Adam Mockler. I don't want to pay all his stuff. He is a great YouTuber, expanding very, very rapidly. I just want to get back to the interview. Go over there and please listen to his commentary. A very intelligent young man. Let's get back to this snake.
States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
If that's true,
obviously that doesn't mean that President Trump.
The United States is running this company, but he can't tell you what his job is, and they told you that he has a job in running Venezuela. But he can't enunciate what exactly he's doing. He's running his motherfucking mouth. That's what he's doing.
Is setting the bus fare schedule inside the country.
So
doesn't mean that President Trump is assigning the K-12 curriculum in the country.
The indictment.
Okay, so how are we running a country without military boots on the ground? Conservatives keep laughing at the idea that this will turn into another war or forever war, but then they're allowing Maduro's regime to stay in power and claiming the United States is the one that is in charge. I'm just confused because you really think that Maduro's VP will willingly give up power, cede all of her power to the United States? That is.
You're confused because they're confused because they don't know what the fuck they're gonna do now. Oh, they don't care about running the country. They just care about running away with the wealth that is in that country. Running the country, they could give two shits about. The people that they tell you that they are freeing the people, they don't give a fuck about the people. How you think they give a fuck about Venezuelans when they were calling them all criminals coming to the United States? And you think they give a fuck about the Venezuelan? Now all of a sudden we had to get rid of this illegal leader because people were fleeing Venezuela under his reign. But when they were freeing the country under his reign, you said that they had released all people from jails, insane asylums, and mental hospitals. That's what you said about the Venezuelans that came to the United States. Until now, all of a sudden, these people, it's a mass exodus from Venezuela because how Maduro was treating the people. Now it's something different. But but these sycophants and these fucking cave dwellers can't figure out that all of this is bullshit because they can't think for themselves. But let's continue.
It's not how it works. Then this continues. He gets asked about Greenland, and they begin to fight more.
Important topic. The premier of Greenland and the premier of Denmark and other Danish officials are responding to a Twitter post from your wife, Katie Miller, herself a former Trump White House official.
Look at this disgusting smirk. The disgusting smirk on this guy's face. You think it's funny? The Greenland premier had to come out and calm a panicked population and say, I know everybody is worried, but do not panic. We are not being invaded. And this guy thinks it's funny on the White House lawn.
Katie Miller, herself a former Trump White House official, showing Greenland covered with an American flag, saying soon. After that was posted, President Trump repeated the claim that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. The Danish prime minister responded to this in an interview earlier today, as reported by Bloomberg, quote, I believe one should take the American president seriously when he says it wants Greenland, but I will also make it clear that if the U.S. chooses to attack another...
1 second. Mr. Bullfinch, if I get slammed in a debate, I won't be getting slammed by you because you're not debating anything I'm talking about. You are with the wait and see when somebody else do something that you're incapable of doing because you're not talking about any of the content that I'm speaking on. Bitch, bye.
NATO country militarily, then everything stops, including NATO, and thus the security that has been established since the end of the Second World War. Can you rule out that the U.S. is ever going to try to take Greenland by force?
Well, let me go back a step. The president has been clear for months now. So I know you're treating this as breaking news. The president has been clear for months now that the United States should be the nation that has Greenland as part of our overall security apparatus.
Wait. Sorry to pause, but that is basically just a yes. In the clip I played prior, Stephen Miller was melting down, yelling about how strength equals, if you're a strong country, that means you could take over a weaker country. Now he's not ruling out that that Greenland might be taken over.
Right, but your wife posted that like hours after the Venezuela operation. That's why it's newly relevant.
It's cute and funny. It's cute and funny that we have a bitch who left you for Elon Musk tweeting out that the United States is going to take over Greenland. Someone who is not even in the administration. But y'all were worried about leaks of this attack on Greenland. Y'all were worried about leaks, so you didn't inform Congress. But then we got your airhead wife out here talking about Greenland is next, and you find it funny. I find it funny that this incompetent. I find the incompetence of all of this scary.
And I'll talk with you about it for an hour. I think it's a really important conversation. I just wanted to reset Jake by making clear that it has been the formal position.
You'll talk to him about an hour, but you're changing the topic.
Of the U.S.
Wife posted that like hours after the Venezuela operation. That's why it's newly relevant.
I'll talk with you about it for an hour. I think it's a really important conversation. I just wanted to reset Jake by making clear that it has been the formal position of the U.S. government since the beginning of this administration, frankly, going back into the previous Trump administration, that Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government.
Right, but can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table?
It wouldn't be military action against Greenland. Greenland has a population of 30,000 people, Jake. The real question is, by what right does Denmark assert control over Greenland?
What? Was that like a thinly veiled supervillain threat? He's basically saying nobody is going to fight the U.S. over Greenland because they have such a small population they can't even put up a fight? This is some supervillain psychopathic shit.
What is the basis of their territorial claim? What is their basis of having Greenland as a colony of Denmark? The United States is the power of NATO. For the United States to secure the Arctic region, to protect and defend NATO and NATO interests, obviously Greenland should be part of the United States. And so that's a conversation that we're going to have as a country. That's a process we're going to have as a community of nations.
So you can't take it off the table that the U.S. would use military force to seize Greenland. You can't take it off the table.
Jake, I understand you're trying very hard to, which again, is your job. I respect it. It's great to get exactly the headline, right? That catchy headline.
I'm trying to get an answer
that says Miller refuses to rule out the United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation.
Dude, you can't even answer. Look at Jake Tapper's face. Jake Tapper is completely just mind blown by the answers he's hearing. You know why? Because he's asking about Stephen Miller's own wife's post. Let me drag this on a screen now so everybody can see the post that we're talking about. Katie Miller posted on Twitter soon, and it was Greenland covered in the U.S. flag to imply they've been invaded or annexed or territorially claimed. That is absolutely batshit absurd. we haven't even gotten on to the main viral clip of the end of the interview. Stephen Miller melts down on Jake Tapper in a very embarrassing manner. I'm going to let it play out.
The president was very quick to say that the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, opposition leader Machado in Venezuela, doesn't have the support in Venezuela to become the next president or the interim leader. And I wonder where he got that from, given that basically her cutout, Gonzalez, won the election last year 2 years ago, overwhelmingly, 70% of the vote or something like that. Why does the president think that Machado should not be the next leader? Why does he think she's weak?
Good question.
First of all of Venezuela experts agree. All Venezuela experts agree that it would be absurd and preposterous.
Venezuela experts? All Venezuela experts?
For us to suddenly fly her into the country and to put her in charge? And the military would follow her, and the security forces would follow her. This is not a serious. It's not even a serious question.
So should there be an election?
Let me. If you give me the floor for 30 seconds, let me tell you what we are doing here, Jack. The United States. This is sort of foundational. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries shouldn't be able to do what they want to do.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know,
engaging these
honestly, what you're talking
reparation
about right
schemes.
now.
It's a what I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea. And by the way, you do. I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake, and I was hoping to be better than that this time.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela. With our help and leadership, that country will become more prosperous than it has ever been in its whole history. Venezuelans
but the
will
woman
be richer
running Venezuela
and
right
safer
now is
and
part
more
of the Maduro
secure and
regime.
better off. There will be conversations, Jake, about all of these guideposts along the way. The reason why I was giving you that speech, which I know you didn't want to hear, is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States' job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections to be held everywhere, immediately, all the time, right away.
And the far right frame is everybody around the world should give us all your wealth, or we are going to shoot down boats and say that you are narco terrorists, and we're going to declare that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction to try to explain why we are using our military, non-military entities, as we say we are going to strike Iran because they are striking peaceful protesters, but we're going to strike Iran for striking peaceful protesters, while we got Pete Kegbreath, who could not answer a question, would he shoot American peaceful protesters? Make any of this bullshit make sense? You're giving a speech because you don't want to answer the question. No nation should have a election. So if this motherfucker thinks that they can invade Greenland and he can avoid having answered the question, if not Greenland, Venezuela, and he can avoid answering the question if they should have another election, what makes you think? What do you think that they think about America having another election? If they don't want them to have another election, and you get all of this bullshit and lip service about them having an election to run their own country, since you want to say that Maduro was an illegal president who stole the election like 45, 47 tried to do in 2020, and is still saying to this day that he actually won an election that he lost. What do you think is going to happen with elections in the United States? I digress.
No,
vacuums.
that's not what I think. But you invaded the country. We went into the country and we seized the leader of Venezuela.
Damn straight we did.
And I'm
because
saying,
we're not going to let.
So is the
point,
U.S.
Jake,
going to have
the
new
point,
elections?
Jake, is that we're not going to let Tim Pot communist dictators send rapists into our country, send drugs into our country, send weapons into our country.
Okay.
And we're not going to let a country fall into the hands of our adversaries. The future of Venezuela, working with America, is going to be so bright and so incredible and so positive, and we'll have a conversation about everything that you raised. But the priority right now is the president.
And we'll have a conversation about everything you raise, such as voting. And now all of the people are crackpots and drug dealers that come from Venezuela, and he is going to be put over Venezuela. How do you think that he's going to treat them Venezuelan people? This motherfucker is treating people living in America so badly that he lives on a military base for protection for himself. How do you think he's going to treat the Venezuelan people? Because they don't give a fuck about the American people, much less the Venezuelan people. Shut your mouth and give me all of the riches of your country. Okay, that link is in my description box. I need to move on. Thank you for being here, Cal. Hit the like button on your way out then. That's all I can tell you. Let me move on to Greenland. The same thing applies with Greenland. If you don't know where, I'm about to enlighten you why they want Greenland. Let me pull this up right quick. Here we go. Here we go. Because people walk around with computers in their hands all day, and all they understand to look up and try to understand is dumb shit. But let's get some facts. Let's get down to some facts. This will be in my description box under Greenland.
Threatening to steal Greenland from Denmark, and a group. So Donald Trump is threatening to steal Greenland from Denmark, and a group funded by Silicon Valley billionaires wants to build a weird new tech city there. It sounds utterly bizarre, but it's even weirder and scarier than you think. Greenland's tech-driven takeover isn't about one frozen island. It's about Silicon Valley billionaires taking over the entire world. Because the plot to build a new tech city in Greenland is part of the extremist tech ideology called the network state. Here's a quick network state refresher. A cultish group of tech billionaires has decided that democracy no longer matters. They want to establish new territories, tiny corporate countries, under their control. These would be pure corporate autocracies, fiefdoms where tech elites have total power. The network state philosophy comes from extreme reactionary thinkers like Curtis Yarvin and Balaji Srinivasan. There's even an entire network state conference every year focused on creating these dystopias around the world. One of the key players in the network state, a startup called Praxis. The company says it has raised over $525 million to build a new city from scratch. The project's investors include funds connected to Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and Mark Andreessen. A key idea in Praxis is to create a city based on crypto economics and government controlled by Silicon Valley eggheads. In fact, Balaji Srinivasan, the guy who wrote the network state book, is an investor in Praxis. He calls the idea a form of tech Zionism. Until recently, Praxis marketed itself as a network state project. Last year, the project's website declared it would be the first network state in the next America built on the internet. Their pitch was,
as local communities dissolve and nation-states stumble, network states will ascend. The next global superpower will be a network state.
But today, Praxis seems to have downplayed the network state language on its website. Why? They may be trying to soften their pitch for their next target, and that target is Greenland. Praxis wants to turn the Danish territory into a network state, Let's talk about why. Size and space. Greenland is massive, 3 times the size of Texas, but only 57,000 residents. Wealth. Under the island ice are cold, hard assets. Greenland is rich in rare earth minerals, oil and gas reserves, and more. Location. With climate change emptying Greenland's ice and glaciers, some billionaires see a juicy opportunity to move in before the melt, to take land that will only become more valuable. That's the why. Now, let's talk about the how. Trump has fantasized about buying Greenland for years. Now he's floating other things, from bribing the residents outright with yearly payments to possibly taking the territory by force. And he just named a new ambassador to Denmark, Ken Howery, to drive what comes next. And Howery has deep connections to Peter Thiel, one of the key influencers of the network state movement. So expect Trump's obsession with Greenland to escalate. He sees it as the ultimate real estate deal. He dreams of stealing the land and selling it off to his tech billionaire buddies so they can harvest the natural resources and build their weird network state city. On a recent visit to Greenland, Vice President J.D. Vance, who owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, attacked Denmark. He told our NATO partner, "You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." And when the commander of the U.S. military base in Greenland pledged that all of our flags will fly proudly together, she was fired. The conflict over Greenland is only heating up. But remember what's driving it: a billionaire war on democracy. The network state, which is also pushing for Trump's dystopian freedom cities, is actively encouraging the takeover of Greenland. Call it what it is. This is a colonization fantasy mixed with tech billionaire secessionism. And it isn't just a kooky idea spread by Silicon Valley trolls on the internet. It's a serious movement, backed by billionaires and powered by ideology. But now it's shaping America's foreign policy.
Oh, it is so fantastic when people have absolutely nothing to say because they sit around with information at their fingertips and then have the audacity to say something that is factual, that is showing you all the articles in actual news reports about what he's saying when he is citing his sources, and you're mad because you can't take the facts. Bye, bitch. Hit the like button on your way out. Let's delve into a little or more of this. I think I have something else. I think I have. What is it? What is it? What is it? I think I had something else. Maybe. No, it's not there. I apologize. Is it here? I thought I had something else. Hmm. Where is it? Hold on 1 second. Is it here?
Welcome back. It's good to see you.
No, this isn't it. Let's move on. And maybe I'll find it somewhere else. Okay, so I just wanted to give you that information about Greenland. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, hold on. I found it. Okay. I forgot where it was. Let me see. Where did I put that? Hold on. Let me find it real quick. This was from 11 months ago. This is not new. Here we go. 11 months ago. Here we go. Let me share. Let me share this with you. To let you know that people who pay attention and actually look into things, they just don't let a shit wash over them and be like, oh, really? Okay. Oh, if you say, oh, okay. Oh, really? Okay. 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 Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me share this with you. The Dark Reason 4547 wants Greenland. This is will also be in the description box under Greenland. This is Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske. If you haven't, 11 months ago.
I spun this show from the ground up, and we got the default ads on us. This little nugget on YouTube, and that's it. I've never talked to an advertiser or a corporation or a billionaire or a government or anything like that. We're one of very few in this space that can say that. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into it, y'all. So the Financial Times the other day gave us this little nugget. Trump apparently had a fiery phone call with Denmark's prime minister over the issue of Greenland. Here, let me tell you what they say. Donald Trump insisted he was serious in his determination to take over Greenland in a fiery call with Denmark's prime minister, according to senior European officials. The
Oh, I guess this is AI as well. Let me be sure you are able to see. This was 11 months ago. Let's continue.
U.S. president spoke to Mette Frederiksen, the Danish premier, for 45 minutes last week. The White House has not commented on the call, but Frederiksen said she had emphasized that the vast Arctic island, an autonomous part of the Kingdom of Denmark, was not for sale, while noting America's big interest in it. 5 current and former senior European officials briefed on the call said the conversation had gone very badly. They added that Trump had been aggressive and confrontational following the Danish prime minister's comments that the island was not for sale, despite her offer of more cooperation on military bases and mineral exploitation. In other words, they're saying, hey, dog, we'll allow more military bases. We'll cooperate with you. You can get a phenomenal deal on the minerals that we have here, the tremendous wealth in natural resources that we have here. We're open on all that shit. And Trump is still going, nah, bitch, I'm taking that. Quote, it was horrendous, said one of the people. Another added, he was very firm. It was a cold shower. Before, it was hard to take seriously. But I do think it is serious and potentially very dangerous. The details of the call are likely to deepen European concerns that Trump's return to power will strain transatlantic ties more than ever. As the U.S. president heaps pressure on allies to give up territory, Trump has started his second term musing about potentially taking over Greenland, the Panama Canal, and even Canada.
The Western Hemisphere. Oh, it's the Western Hemisphere. Everybody gets to do what I tell them to do. The Western Hemisphere.
So according to the Danish prime minister, Trump is dead serious about Greenland being taken over by the United States. Dead serious. And got furious when he was told directly to his face, no, this is not for sale. What the fuck? Now, I told you guys the other day, there is a genuine ideological reason why he thinks this way about Greenland, why he thinks this way about South America. Because paleoconservatives, which is the line of thought that he kind of comes out of, that school of thought, the idea that they're not warmongers is actually not true, right? So neoconservatism is this idea, we're the world's policemen, as we should be. We get to do whatever we want, wherever we want to. Any government that's hostile to us, we can overthrow them and basically put in a puppet regime. That's neoconservatism. Paleoconservatism has an isolation streak to it, like, hey, let's take care of our own business, etc. But Pat Buchanan, who's sort of the original mainstream paleoconservative who ran for president, he also believed in what's called hemispheric dominance. Namely, we control our entire hemisphere. What happens in a different hemisphere, okay, that's the problem of Russia or China or whatever. They can handle shit in their own hemisphere. But for us, South America is ours, right? Canada is ours. You stretch it out to Greenland. That's ours. This is our sphere of dominance. And so the idea that paleoconservatives are actually anti-war is a bit of a misnomer. Because, yeah, a paleoconservative might say, don't do the war in Iraq. Fuck that. That's a stupid war. We don't want to meddle in their business over there. But a lot of these people are the same people who have supported coups in Latin America to put in puppet regimes. And so there's an ideological reason why Trump is actually open to stealing the Panama Canal, stealing Greenland, threatening Canada repeatedly, right? But it actually goes deeper than that, guys. Here is the true and dark reason why Trump is doing this. We just learned about this the other day. Ready? Look at this. Praxis is a teal-backed network state project that aims to build its own nation. In November, Praxis founder Durden Brown wrote about wanting Greenland for Praxis. In December, Trump named Teal partner Ken Howry as Denmark ambassador and said the U.S. should buy Greenland. Praxis and Durden are thrilled. So as you can see here, here's a tweet from them. Let's take a look at it. So Trump comes out and Trump says, I'm pleased to announce Ken Howry as my choice for the United States ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark. Ken is a world-renowned entrepreneur, blah, 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 blah. So he picks this guy, Ken Howry. This person says, Ken Howry will be ambassador to Denmark. Trump says U.S. ownership of Greenland is a necessity for purposes of national security and freedom. The U.S. feels that the ownership of Greenland is a necessity. So the Praxis Twitter account comes out and says, according to plan. According to plan. So let's repeat this here, right? Praxis is a Peter Thiel. He's the greasy, oily, wet-faced vampire billionaire, robber baron. Praxis is a Thiel-backed network state that's trying to build its own nation. Trump is picking somebody to be ambassador to Denmark who own Greenland, right? And this person is linked to Praxis. So in other words, what went on here is Peter Thiel, behind the scenes, said to Trump, look, I want Greenland. We want Greenland. We want to start our own nation there, right? They have all these libertarian feudal society pipe dreams, right? We want our own nation. Peter Thiel gave money to Donald Trump for his election, and this is Trump repaying Peter Thiel. And Trump is basically trying to steal Greenland for a billionaire robber baron backer, donor. That's what's going on here. Why the fuck is nobody talking about this? Why is nobody talking about this? By the way, Alex Jones, Mr. Anti-Establishment, there's a conspiracy behind every door. Here's a real conspiracy. And he's got nothing to say, but he supports Trump on this. He supports the robber barons stealing nations to create their own little fiefdoms. This is out of this world, bro. What's going on? Trump literally wants to steal Greenland for a billionaire robber baron donor so that he can have the island as his plaything. Oh my God. We've never ever seen a situation this corrupt. We've never seen it this bad. The oligarchy, the kleptocracy is out right in front of us, naked and bare.
That link is in my description box. Don't believe it. Don't believe it to your own peril. But that was we're talking about Venezuela. We're talking about Greenland, where it may happen. Let's talk about where it has already happened. Why don't we? Why don't we talk about where it has already happened? How about that? You don't believe you believe that it's hyperbole and hype and AI?
Tech billionaires have had...
Obviously, you haven't visited my channel. I have been ringing the alarm. That's
A noticeable presence. Tech billionaires have had a noticeable presence in U.S. politics recently. Some are now even practically running the government. But there's something else you should know about, a project many of them are investing in to create alternative models of governance that could have massive implications around the world. It's got a lot of names, but the idea is the same.
Free private cities, charter cities,
Startup societies. Zones of progress.
You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism.
Yeah, we'll come back to that last one in a bit. The idea is to create free market enclaves with their own rules and laws. But is this really a way to jumpstart innovation and bring prosperity to developing countries as its proponents claim? Or is it just another scheme for the wealthy to skirt regulations and taxes and get even richer? Billionaire tech powerhouses like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk champion these kinds of cities, as do others in President Donald Trump's inner circle. Trump even campaigned on building privatized cities on U.S. federal land.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier.
There are many of these kinds of semi-autonomous cities around the world. And in late 2023, I visited the most controversial one here on this small Honduran island. It's called Prospera.
Prospera is building the future of human governance, privately run and for profit.
If the people of the world do not like their governments, welcome here.
Companies in Prospera pay low taxes and can create their own regulatory frameworks. And that's why it's become a hub for experimental medical procedures not approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
I came to Honduras with the intention of editing and altering my genetic makeup.
I've gotten in the habit of getting crazy medical treatments that are only available in Prospera.
I also recently got myself like an implant into my hand here. You can program several things into it. Tesla car.
This is the type of person we exist to attract, right? Someone who's trying to do good in the world. That is very hard to do because.
Did I not tell you this earlier? Did I not tell you? Well, I will show you what Peter Thiel says about whether humanity should continue. Peter Thiel says that humanity and human people should only exist combined with technology. And this is a Peter Thiel private company. Invite only.
The regulatory roadblocks.
Prospera has raised over one.
Which means it's not for your poor ass. And you don't even know nothing about it. You didn't even see it coming. This link is in my description box. I put it under Greenland as well because it's a common thread going through this. Let's go.
$150 million in investments. And some of the names behind that funding are prominent U.S. billionaires and Trump backers. PayPal founder Peter Thiel, venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, and OpenAI's Sam Altman. Crypto company Coinbase has also invested. But this so-called libertarian crypto utopia has generated major backlash. Many Hondurans see Prospera's ability to incorporate land and create its own laws as a threat to the country's sovereignty.
This is like a new form of colonization. It's unfair for foreigners to come to Honduras and build and do whatever they want.
Even though previous Honduran leaders cleared the way for these private cities, the current one has impeded their development and is trying to fully dismantle them. In response, Prospera's mostly American investors are suing Honduras for, get this, almost.
Also in response, 4547 interfered with their election. The one who was the lady who has been closing down the second Prosperous, she closed it down. She was running first in the election. And then the people who were running third summoned 4547 to release the drug dealer who had been convicted of bringing 400 tons of drugs into the United States. Upon getting the word that 4547 would be releasing and giving him a pardon, the people in third place, who were the people who were behind the drug dealer who approved Prosperous, they shot up into first place and won the election. Houseway, voter election interference at the highest point. So they got rid of the woman who was going to put a stop two of these billionaires coming into Honduras, doing backdoor deals and not paying Honduras nothing, no taxes, nothing, just profiting and using it as some rich boy, no law, no rules, no regulation playground. But you ain't know nothing about that. Because you watch Fox News, they ain't gonna tell you nothing about it.
$11 billion. That's nearly 2/3 of its national budget. How is it not exploitative for...
I take that back. You watch for-profit news, none of them are gonna tell you about this.
mostly American investors to come after such a poor country like Honduras for almost $11 billion?
They're not coming after a poor country. They're coming here to invest, to create jobs.
Since I visited, Prospera's legal future continues to hang in the balance. But here's the thing. What I learned about the fight brewing over this one private city in Honduras gives us a lot of insight into the future of private governance around the world and how local communities could be affected.
This is a very simple village, and you're up against this multi-million-dollar project.
It's not fair.
The movement to build privatized cities like Prospera boils down to this idea. What if you could create a city that you run like a business?
Imagine a system in which a private company offers you protection of life, liberty, and property.
Because a startup society is small, it can experiment. You're not a taxpayer, you're a customer.
Around 15 years ago, private city proponents set their eyes on Honduras, one of the poorest countries in Latin America. It had recently undergone a coup that ousted a left-wing president. The new right-wing administration was looking to bring in foreign capital. So in 2013, it passed into law Honduras's version of private cities. They're known as ZEDEs. That's the Spanish acronym for Zones for Employment and Economic Development. 3 ZEDEs were established in Honduras, and the crown jewel is Prospera, here on this touristy island of Roatan. So in late 2023, I went to check it out.
Okay, so we're on our way to what is perhaps the most controversial private city experiment on the planet, and I have a temporary visa on my phone just to get in.
Only around 100 people permanently live in Prospera today, and most of them are Honduran. Another 400 people, mostly foreigners, are e-residents. That means they're able to own property and operate a business in Prospera, but they don't live here full time. So we made it into Prospera. We passed the private security and the gate over there, and I'm about to meet Jorge Colindres, who's basically the mayor here.
Hi, hello. Welcome to my city.
Jorge is a Honduran attorney. He's also Prospera's technical secretary, which means he runs the place and oversees around 200 companies here.
There's a software company, there's a scuba shop, a Bitcoin center, and there's a bunch of small businesses that are employing people.
Since I was there, more companies have set up shop, including some medical startups doing stuff like this.
Vitalia was intended to be like heavily focused on biotech longevity. Let's make that optional.
A notable client is American biohacker Brian Johnson, who made hundreds of millions of dollars when he sold his company Venmo in 2013. He recently went to Prospera to undergo gene therapy, which he claims will help him live longer, and he made this video.
I'm traveling to a remote island for an extreme medical procedure that could change the future of humanity. This is a journey in search of the fountain of youth.
Do they come here because they're not as regulated and they can sort of push the envelope in terms of the science that they're doing?
Actually, the companies, they are very highly regulated, but
By who?
They have regulatory choice. So essentially, we have a list of 31 countries. And so people can come here and opt to operate in Prospera City under the regulation they choose.
When I asked who ensures the companies are complying with the regulations they choose, he told me Prospera's governing body, with the help of an auditor that Prospera selects. It's pretty clear how a choose-your-own-regulation scheme and low taxes can be a big draw for wealthy foreigners. But Jorge insists he's interested in helping his fellow Hondurans, 2/3 of whom live in poverty.
In one generation, I want to leave the country out of poverty. I cannot do it with crazy socialist politicians. We cannot do it like that. Now I have a zone where I can help in the adoption of rules that create opportunity.
How does the investment and the wealth that's generated from mostly American and foreign investors, how does that trickle down to the people of Honduras?
Well, I'm not sure I would call it trickle down, but let's say this is capital that is put to work here. And this capital here creates jobs. This capital It creates investment opportunities for Honduran entrepreneurs.
So far, though, most of the hundreds of jobs that Prospera has created for Hondurans are in the construction or service sectors. And while Jorge says wages are on average higher in Prospera than in the rest of Honduras, critics ask at what cost? Because what's perhaps most radical about Prospera is that it has its own government, its own labor laws, private police, even its own voting process. And in Prospera, the more land you own, the more votes you get for 2 of the 9 council seats.
Honduras no se vende.
And all that has been incredibly controversial in Honduras. The current president, Democratic Socialist Xiomara Castro, campaigned on abolishing the ZE law. She won in a decisive victory.
Estamos convencidas que para generar trabajo en nuestro país no necesitamos vender nuestra soberanía.
How do you respond to the criticism that this sort of DIY government is a direct threat to the sovereignty of Honduras?
Prospera was made for Honduras. It was the decision of Honduras to create Prospera.
The criticism is that this is a lot of foreign investors who aren't even Honduran,
Great.
exercising their own sovereignty within a country that already has its own laws.
If we're talking about sovereignty, we should be able to innovate. We should be able to offer new systems of how to cooperate and live together.
But for many, this experiment harkens back to a dark chapter in Honduras' history, when the country was exploited by foreign corporate powers for its resources.
The whole north coast of Honduras was banana country.
You don't say. You do not say. That sounds foreign. No, that's history.
Greatest producing area in the world.
At the start of the 20th century, American banana companies took over large swaths of Honduran land and turned them into private company towns. Honduras gave them tax breaks and access to resources in exchange for the promised jobs and development. But instead, these company towns offered low wages and unsafe working conditions and became rife with exploitation. The companies also had massive power in the region. One U.S. banana magnate even helped orchestrate 2 coups in an effort to install presidents friendly to his bottom line.
Presidents friendly to their bottom line. And then all of a sudden, when the president of Honduras wants to shut down Peter Thiel, all of a sudden, 4547 releases someone who bought 400 tons of drugs to the United States and got a 45-year sentence. And then when he tells the number 3 who's running, who supported the drug cartel guy who was in jail in the United States, he went from number 3 in the election to number 1 in the election. Nothing is new under the sun. But you dummies don't know this. You dummies think that we have some honorable plan with Venezuela. No, we don't. There's no honor among thieves. They're stealing these nations dry. And they're telling you why it's good for you, as you sit on the bones of your ass and you get nothing from it. But let's continue.
Many I spoke to in Roatan had strong opinions on this new iteration of private cities. ¿Qué piensas sobre las sedes?
La sede no es algo para nosotros los pobres, es para los ricos.
Son para personas privilegiadas que tienen dinero. Y la gente pobre que vive acá, viven en la miseria.
Lo que menos queremos es que el país de nosotros sea vendido peormente por pedacitos.
Other critics I spoke with say many Hondurans see through Prospera's lofty claims, like Fernando Garcia, who's the presidential commissioner against the ZEs.
Personalmente digo de que sus apreciaciones, que son inversionistas, que quieren el desarrollo, es un verso muy bonito. Son los neocolonizadores que quieren desprender grandes franjas de territorio nacional para constituir sus propios estados.
Critics also worry about how much land might be in question. So far, more than 1,000 acres have been incorporated into Prospera. It's land Prospera legally incorporated, but get this, Prospera is allowed to incorporate land anywhere. It doesn't even have to share borders. So this is Prospera, and way over here, this is Prospera too, and down here on the mainland is also Prospera.
No vamos a permitir que Honduras se venda a destajo, que si fuera una vaca, y aquí va un muslo, aquí va el tronco, y aquí va la cabeza.
So what does it mean when all that land becomes part of Prospera? Well, companies and individuals within Prospera pay an extremely low tax rate to the federal government, and they don't pay any taxes to the local government, even though they use Roaton's municipal services. And companies there also play by their own rules. This luxury residential tower within Prospera is almost 2 times higher than what the local Roaton code allows.
Ellos no les interesa el desarrollo económico del país. Ellos lo que quieren es, por un lado, acumulación de riqueza, pero más que todo, darle vigencia a su teoría de que los estados no deben existir.
And Honduras isn't the only place where this theory is being tried out. Dozens of these kinds of private cities have been in development over the years, often in poor countries like Zambia and Papua New Guinea. There are also plans to develop a private city just north of San Francisco, as well as a crypto state in the Mediterranean, both backed by tech billionaires. And of course, these private city enthusiasts now have a friend in the White House.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities.
In fact, Prospera representatives working under an advocacy group called the Freedom Cities Coalition have begun meeting with the Trump administration. They're pushing to create similar cities that operate outside of regulations on U.S. federal land. Trump's circle is filled with private city proponents like Prospera backer Mark Andreessen, who has been working with Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. There's also Stephen Moore, Trump's former economic advisor, who went on to help write Project 2025. That's the ultra-conservative government blueprint that aims to slash federal spending. And while researching, I came across some pretty interesting takes on private cities. Listen to what this tech investor said about his dream for the movement's future.
You know, what I'm really calling for is something like tech Zionism.
Zionism, the movement that led to the creation of Israel at the expense of the native Palestinian population that was already living there. And then listen to how he praised the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl.
Theodor Herzl was like a tech founder, okay?
Okay. Side note, some people are even connecting the dots and wondering, when Trump talks about ethnically cleansing Gaza and turning it into
the Riviera of the Middle East,
does he mean a private city? For now, let's get back to the private city we can examine closely, Prospera. I wanted to ask Jorge.
Yes, he does mean a private city because it has now been released that they want to turn Gaza into some tech city. Do you not know what they mean when they say that they want to turn Gaza into a tech city? This is what they mean. No laws, no regulations on medicine, on anything. An invite-only city. They're private cities. Yes, no, not a smart city, a private city. A tech city. One of these cities.
If an exclusionary mindset has taken root there. After all, an early architect of Honduras' ZEDEs said, ZEDEs will reserve the right not to accept serious criminals, communists, and Islamists.
That's not in our rules, and it's forbidden by the ZEDE framework. We cannot adopt discrimination policies based on race or religion or things like that.
But you can restrict certain countries.
There's, I think, a list of sanctioned countries.
What are they?
I think Iran, there are some restrictions on Nicaragua, some restrictions on Russia. It's a security thing, and we believe that the free world has enemies. We believe that there are countries, rogue countries, that are trying to disrupt democratic procedures. So we look closely on applicants from these countries.
Do you think the forces of the free market support people's rights and democracy?
Of course, there's impossible to exercise human rights without a free market.
Eso no es democracia. En la democracia todos valemos igual. En este caso, valen según lo que tienen. Los que tienen capacidad de producir son los que valen y el resto son totalmente desechables y descartables.
If we just walked along this beach, we would get to Prospera, right? We'd be at
This is Prospera.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah, this is part of Prospera, all of this.
This is Vanessa Cardenas. She's the vice president of the Community Board of Crawfish Rock, a small fishing community of 600 people who have been divided over Prospera. So when you're driving and you see this high-rise tower, the Duna residences, what do you think? What do you feel?
Well, most than anything out there, trouble, I would say. They're saying it's prosperity for us, it's not.
This view of the Duna Tower is a 5-minute walk from her home. It's a stark symbol of what happens when companies inside Prospera can play by their own rules. A 2-bedroom apartment here is going for almost $200,000 US, far out of reach for those who already live in the area.
And when I see that, I'm just seeing that expanding all over. They will not left us here, as well as our huts, our way of life, we just won't fit, not with that image.
Vanessa has been at the forefront of the fight against Prospera. Her family has lived in Crawfish Rock for 5 generations, and she spent the last few years sounding the alarm about this project.
Say that Prospera has had a very negative impact on our community.
58 acres of Crawfish Rock is now legally part of Prospera as incorporated land. Villagers like Vanessa are worried that Prospera's influence will entice other landowners to give up their land.
Whatever land we have is ours, it's our inheritance. We're scared that they come and take away what we have.
How far are you willing to go to defend Crawfish Rock?
As far as we have to go. Because this is our home. We have nowhere else to go.
At the same time, many of her neighbors have decided to work within Prospera. After all, Prospera was hiring during the pandemic when other places weren't. And as many told me, work is work. Would you say most people here are supportive of Prospera or against it?
Some are against it and some with it. They're putting food on a lot of people's table because people got work.
So I'm walking around the village and asking folks about their thoughts on Prospera. And I just spoke to one young man who didn't want to appear on camera for fear of his... Tech billionaires have had a noticeable presence in US politics recently. Some are now even practically running the government. But
I think I closed the wrong link. So let's move on. We heard from all the tech people who were getting things implanted into their body for simple shit like opening a Tesla and all of these things. There have been people there doing blood transfusions with their younger son, trying to stay young forever. This is all of this stuff has not been approved by. It may be good now that we have idiot in over approving drugs. So experimental things that are done on their body, putting mechanical things into their bodies, chips and all of these types of things. So this is on Peter Thiel's little private island. Now, so if there's talk of giving these oligarchs sections of this new Western Hemisphere, as they would like to call it, do you think that all of these experiments will be voluntary? There are not going to be any laws. The people are going to have to go somewhere. Do you think that these experiments will be voluntary? Voluntary. Oh, Lord. Voluntary. Are you going to be able to just do them or not do them? No, I think not. Look at all of the wicked Goebbels and all of these wicked people who did experimentation on people who they had power over. So now I have played this many a times for you. Peter Thiel doesn't even believe that humanity should exist in its current state. He had a hard time with a real simple question.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Let me share. Am I sharing it? I'm sharing it. Okay, let's get into it. Let's rewind this. So
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
You're
hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would,
Yes, but.
I also would like us to radically solve these problems,
Right.
and so it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure.
Let's go back a little bit. Now let's get to the whole context of that question. Let me.
This is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again, there are these different gradations of this we can describe. But is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted.
So is this who? This is who has all of your
life does.
This is who has all of your personal information. This is who reportedly sent drones.
This is
to attack Palestinians hiding from the IMF. I just if you have not seen, let me see if I can find this whole interview. Let me see. I need a longer.
And we haven't been innovating.
I need a longer clip of this conversation. I have been unable to find the interview. I will bring it to you tomorrow. This is in my description box. All of these Peter Thiel links will be in my description box under the last link. Hold on.
My very specific question for you, right, is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again, there are these different gradations of this we can describe. But is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3, the slogan of the
we know how you can tell those non-black people about their security, and they'll be all in for the strangest thing. Now, he's sitting here watching you ignorance fall for anything as long as security, national security is attached to it. And he is here looking and monitoring your actions. Now, why did he say that you guys have been doing this for 50 years? Just tell these non-black people that is for their security, and they will cut the heads off of anybody to be secure within themselves. And what is he talking about? He is talking about that the nation would be okay under authoritism. That's what he's talking about. Authoritarian rule. That's what he's telling you. That's what he's selling. This man who is building his private cities where there's no government rule. There's a board of people who tell you what you must do in these cities. And your 4547 wants to give up private U.S. land to build more of them in this new Western hemisphere where they can go to any nation and do whatever they want to any nation. He has every three-letter agency Peter Thiel has a foothold in our government. If you don't know that. Let's continue.
Christ is peace and safety.
So, Glenn, what did you make of that answer, and what do you personally put the odds at that Peter Thiel is himself the Antichrist?
I mean, I guess if you were to force me to.
Okay, let me. That link is in my description box. I'll find that interview on your own. It's very interesting. Let me tell you. Let me let you hear him say the silent part out loud. Mm-hmm. Let me I'll let you hear it for yourself. Here we go. This is on More Perfect Union. This will be in my description box under the last link. If you haven't gone over to a More Perfect Union, I would advise that you go check them out.
I want to play for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
That's tech billionaire and Republican mega.
Now, Peter Thiel is talking about these techno states where you won't have a voice. They can't convince you that technology should be implanted into your bodies. So you will not have a voice. But he has figured out a way to make it work. And let me tell you that Peter Thiel and his companies are in all parts of your government right now. So he is happy about this new advancement, and he says that people who are against technology are enemies of the state, or something to that effect. He feels that if you are against advanced technology, there's something wrong with you, and you are the scum of the earth. If you're against implanting uh, computers in your body to try to live a life combined with computer and this humanity that he had a hard time figuring out should survive or not. That, who is this? There is a old motherfucker, 107 years old. I think he's a Rockefeller. Yeah, I think he's either 101 or 107 years old. Just got his 12th heart transplant. 107 years old. This heart went to someone who is 100, either 101 or 107 years old. A vile heart because he's rich. Let all of this thinking sink in. But hey, half of the United States ain't gonna have no health care anyway, and the ones who do aren't gonna be able to afford it.
Mega donor Peter Thiel speaking at a Libertopia, a libertarian conference in 2010. He's basically saying that his political ideology is so unappealing that it'll never win elections. And that's one thing he's right about, because he's railed against women having the right to vote, complained so much about diversity, and written some really disgusting stuff about sexual assault and consent. But he knows that he can use technology as a unilateral alternative to politics, and that should really freak you out. Thiel is one of the co-founders and biggest investors in Palantir, a CIA-funded technology company that has contracts across the government for their data software. Here's their CFO speaking a few years ago.
We continue to advance our mission of becoming the US government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
And while both President Obama and Biden did sign Palantir contracts, President Trump is taking it way further. There are new contracts with ICE, something literally called Immigration OS, and the IRS. So 15 years ago, Peter Thiel, like the supervillain in a movie explaining his plan to the hero, admitted that he can use technology to get his ideas across when they're unpopular, completely subverting democracy. And today, one of his technology companies is gaining more and more power within the government, building the very systems our government relies on. And oh yeah, this is the CEO.
The central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions, that calls itself progressive, but actually, and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion.
If you're a progressive, if you have progressive values, meaning you just, care about other people, the CEO of the company building America's technological back end thinks of you as the central risk. He thinks of you as the enemy. Are these the people you want running the systems you rely on, or worse, the systems that surveil you?
If these are not the people you want, it doesn't matter because they already are. And 4547 is trying to make sure that no one is allowed to make any changes to AI. Now, let me make sure I'm about to, that's about it for today. Now, speaking about AI. All of you who think that AI is going to be the next best thing, have you heard what Grok AI has been up to? Grok AI has been publishing a child corn, corn with the P, been cre- has been prompt and has gone through with making inappropriate content with children and adults. Grok. And upon understanding and knowing that Grok has been doing this, Grok is still doing it. hmm hmm let me share this little tidbit with you. And there's nothing anybody can do to in any state to monitor or do anything about what AI is doing. Let me.
Child essay materials on Twitter, and it's highly, highly concerning. Grok itself admitted that it created AI versions of child SAM. By its own estimations, this platform generated CSAM images of children between the ages of 1 and 2, 8 and 12, 12 and 16, and others between 14 and 18. And recently, users have suggested and told Grok to essentially create images of children or women wearing bikinis, for example. Elon Musk is completely undeterred or unconcerned about all of this. This is a very, very serious situation. And in response to any criticism, Grok just says, quote, legacy media lies. People need to know what's happening right now. Spread the word, follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some more important news that not many people are talking about, so I need your help to spread the word. Elon Musk's chatbot, Grok, is actively generating child essay materials on Twitter, and it's highly, highly concerning. Grok itself admitted that it created AI versions of child SAM. By its own estimations, this platform generated CSAM images of children between the ages of 1 and 2, 8 and 12.
Okay, I just wanted you to hear the beginning of that. That is in my description box under Nasty Grok. Let me. I just need you to know your for-profit media is just really silent on this. Let me see. Let me share this with you. As while we are talking about the United States going into different nations, taking what they want. Remember, 4547 said he had stopped the war in the Congos, and the only thing that he really wanted to do in stopping the war. Let's review this if you are unaware of this. But it is quite obvious. It is quite obvious why he's talking about making more strikes in Nigeria. Let's hear this.
Is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved. We're sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to the two countries, and we're going to take out some of the rare earth, take out some of the assets and pay, and everybody's going to make a lot of money.
Donald Trump isn't saying the quiet part out loud. He's blatantly telling you that this so-called historic peace deal is nothing but America's opportunistic exploitation of resource-rich DR Congo. He's blatantly telling you that America is using this to get the opportunity to exploit critical mineral resources from DR Congo. And he's done this by signing a legal agreement with these two bloody fools, these stooges, president of Rwanda and president of DR Congo, and legalizing the exploitation of the people of Congo. And framing this as some kind of peace deal, making it look like it's white saviorism when really it's white exploitation. This is neocolonialism. This is how powerful nations like the United States of America exploit resource-rich countries like DR Congo by colonizing their resources. And you know, whoever controls the resources controls the economy. Whoever controls the economy controls the politicians. Whoever controls the politicians controls the cultural influence of that country. So when he says and frames this as a peace deal, making it look like it's white saviorism, it's really white exploitation. And white exploitation is indirect rule. So when Trump says they're going to send their best and greatest companies, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to be exploiting and colonizing the resource, controlling the politicians and controlling the people. So Trump lies when he says this will economically benefit everyone, because that's bullshit. The only people that will be benefited from this are corrupt Trump, his corrupt allies, the corrupt American elite, and the corrupt elite of both countries. What you're witnessing is the legitimization of the enslavement and forced labor of the people of DR Congo, including thousands of children working in the mines. Don't be fooled. America has been at the center of the conflict in DR Congo and the conflicts between DR Congo and Rwanda. White nations did this during slavery. They armed the conflicts between African nations in order to enslave us. Same with colonization. They got African leaders to sign documents. The moment those leaders didn't play ball, they used the agreement to control and colonize.
Today, the United States is also signing our own bilateral agreements with the Congo and Rwanda that will unlock new opportunities for the United States to access critical minerals and provide economic benefits for everybody. And we'll be involved. We're sending some of our biggest and greatest companies over to...
Some of our biggest and greatest companies. Don't be fooled. Let me see. Now, what about all of this white on white violence? Nobody is speaking about all of this white on white crime. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all this white on white crime, all of these mass shootings that haven't been picked up. Do I mean gang members in Chicago? Am I talking about gang villains with or without gang violence? Is that imperative if it's about gang violence? No, obviously it's not about gang violence, because if it was gang violence, it would be, all over the media. If it had happened in Chicago this weekend, it would be all over the media. If it had been in that gang-ridden Chicago, you would be talking about it. But these are mass shootings. Mass shootings is when more than 3 people are pow-powed, and not including the perpetrator. Why so quiet? Why so quiet? And the thing about it is, all of these things have happened in red states, of course, because that is their nature. That is the nature of these people who go out and do all of these mass shootings. We are clear on the nature of the people who do this, and that's their culture.
Louisville, Kentucky, 4 victims injured. In Colorado, Denver.
Kentucky, Colorado, and Texas. It's bigger. I think it's Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Let's hear the story from the beginning. Let me turn on my volume. How come y'all ain't talking about y'all culture?
We have some serious news right now. There have now been 6 mass shootings in less than 6 days in 2026, including 3 mass shootings in the past 36 hours that you need to know about. I made it my mission this year to make sure we don't normalize gun violence in America. So let's run through the statistics right now, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Today, there was a mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky, 4 victims injured. In Colorado, Denver, yesterday, there was a mass shooting, 1 victim killed, 3 injured. In Indianapolis yesterday, 2 victims killed, 2 others injured. We also had the 3 mass shootings, 1 in Mississippi, 2 in Texas to start the year off. If You want to look at gun violence as a whole.
Mississippi, not Mississippi. That is a red as red can be state. Not Texas, not red Texas, not Colorado, not red Colorado, Kentucky. I hope somebody move Mitch McConnell out of the way. Sometimes he freezes up a little bit. Not red Kentucky, not Kentucky. You mean to tell me people are not up in arms talking about the culture of these people in these red states? I cannot believe this. This link is in my description box under mass shootings.
Just this year, 137 homicides, murders, or other gun deaths, 294 injuries. 3 children under the age of 11 have already been killed due to gun violence. 8 children between the ages of 12 and 17. Over a dozen others injured. We are now more mass shootings than days in the year. Way more gun violence than days in the year. I will continue to provide you updates because we cannot normalize this in the United States of America. So follow along for more and spread the word. We have some.
Funny how is no. Funny how it's no outcry about these people who love life. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. I think I have a couple of more things. Let me see. Hold on. You mean y'all around here gentrifying TikToks and YouTube pages? Non-black people are now completely making a living off of creating black women, black personalities, all off of AI. This account, for example, got 2 million followers in less than 1 month. Y'all out here gentrifying Instagram pages? Is that what y'all out here doing? Y'all out here gentrifying Instagram pages? You loving the ones you hate so much? Is that what y'all out here doing? I would say you would be ashamed, but most of you have no shame to give. Non-black people are now completely making a living off of creating black women, black personalities off of AI. This account, for example, got 2 million followers in the last 1 month. I guess your culture ain't selling. If you're not, who's over the FDA? I believe that's Robert Kennedy Jr. Of course, he would. Yes. Of course, he would approve this. If you're not aware of what has been approved for human consumption in the United States under Robert Kennedy Jr., besides them putting forever chemicals and allowing however amount of forever chemicals those kept to be sprayed on fruits and vegetables that have been caused to give all types of cancers and things like that has been known to leach into your streams, wells, and all of this, and be something that is recycled up into your pipes, and that they call them forever chemicals. Why? Because they don't dissipate. They stay in the host forever, whether it be your stream or your body. Let's talk about that, but let's talk about the food that has been approved.
Lab-grown salmon for human consumption. Now, we already heard about the 3D printed meat. We already heard about them putting meat glue in the meat. Now they have officially approved for the first time the first protein to be considered lab grown throughout the whole entire United States, salmon, right? So this is what they are doing. They are labeling it as farm cultivated salmon, okay? Farmed cultivated salmon. That is the key word for lab grown. All right. So you already have to look and see if it's farm raised, which means it has a lot of chemicals, pesticides, and it was not grown in this natural element. Then, of course, what you want to eat if you choose to eat salmon is wild caught, which means it was caught with a rod, in the ocean, and it has no additional chemicals. Okay. But now you have to look for farm cultivated salmon. So for all of my salmon lovers, you have to read labels, okay? It is important because you have no idea what you're putting in your body and your kid's body. Share this with somebody who loves some salmon and needs to know this tea, okay?
I love me some salmon. So that's why I had to share that. Oh, I found it. He was 101 years old. 101 years old. A millionaire. I found it. I want to share this with you as well. Let's get into it. 101-year-old David Rockefeller just received I said 12, seventh heart transplant. If he received 2, that is 1 too many.
I'm not trying to be cold-hearted. I ain't trying to be mean. But David, go ahead on, man. Go ahead. The Lord been calling you. He done called you 7 times. Go. Go. What you sticking around here for? Go. Already. You 101. Leave now, sir. This is now, man. Damn, this is it. You done wasted 6 hearts. 6 or 7 of them. Gone, man. Damn, them hearts could have went to somebody else. No, here you come. Now, let me get another one. No! No! What house?
Just greedy. Now, usually they cut off giving heart implants and plenty other implants at a certain age. I don't know what age it is, but this man is 101 and just got his 7th heart transplant. That could have gone to somebody, a young person. Obviously, it cannot go to someone who can't afford it, because the people who can't afford it, those are the ones who are found lying unalived in parks and cars and stuff with their hearts and kidneys and shit already taken out of them if you can't afford it. So this is under heart. If you want to watch that at your own leisure, I think there is one last tidbit of information that I really want to share with you, because I saw an idiot in here talking about all of the people, the thousands of people who are celebrating in Venezuela. Oh, really, bitch? Oh, really, bitch? Is that what's going on in Venezuela? Is that what is going on in Venezuela? Even the tech billionaire Elon Musk is falling for the okie doke. Okay, Elon Musk falls for transparently fake video of Venezuelans thanking Trump. Are you aware of this story? Well, let's become aware of this story that this kook is putting out on X and has not retracted from X. And also, it was put out by the motherfucker who they were talking about, who was going up to daycare centers in Minneapolis, knocking on the doors demanding to see children. obvious lie, which has not been retracted. Tesla founder and rabid supporter of 4547, Elon Musk, shared a video late Saturday of what appears to be Venezuelans crying on their knees, thanking Trump for his hostile takeover of Venezuela. But critics were quick to point out that Musk, as did many other prominent MAGA figures, appear to have fallen for a transparently fake video. Initially posted by right-winger Wall Street apes to their more than 1.2 million followers, the video depicts several apparent Venezuelans celebrating in the street, with one thanking Trump for his administration attacks on Venezuela while fighting back tears. Musk would go on to share the video on his own social media account. But let me see if it's still there. Let me see if it's still there. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Okay. The links. These links will be in my description box. Let me grab this link right quick. You can read the entirety of this story. This is going to be under fake Musk. Fake Musk. But this motherfucker is real funky. Okay, but it will be under fake Musk. Let's look at what the fake Musk was putting up on Twitter and have all of these people talking dumb shit in my chat about something that is fake. And I guess they can believe that is. I guess that they can believe is real because they have no morals to take it down, and they know that these 4547 sycophants will believe anything they put out. This clearly states that. Is it showing? I want to make sure it's showing. Yes. Okay. I had to make sure it's. Elon Musk reposted. Wall Street 8. Venezuelans cry on their knees, thanking Trump and America for freeing them from Nicolas Maduro. I added English subtitles so you can understand them. The people cry for their freedom. Thanks to the United States for freeing us. The hero, thank you, Donald Trump. So this is what Elon Musk decided to retweet on his Twitter, and he has already adjusted the algorithm that his tweets are shown. I think it was more than 1,000 times more often than anyone else. So he tweaked the algorithm so you can see this bullshit. And all of the people in the street, this is what he tweeted. These are the thousands of people that dumb troll was in my chat talking about when the Venezuela story was 2 hours ago, and talking about all the Venezuelans in the street. Look at all the thousands of Venezuelans created by AI that are in the street. We are finally free. As free. Thank you, Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump.
El pueblo finalmente está libre. El pueblo llora por su libertad. Gracias a los Estados Unidos por liberarnos. Y viva la libertad.
Long live freedom.
Oye, el dictador cayó. Finalmente. Estamos libres, estamos libres.
We are free.
Viva Venezuela
I'm
libre. Gracias,
free.
Dios. Gracias.
Free AI.
El dictador cayó finalmente. Granadito,
I'm
hermano, esto es real. Estamos
free.
libres. Mira cómo está la gente.
Free
Viva Venezuela
AI.
libre. Gracias a Dios, esto es para todos los que aguantaron, se logró.
America! My hero! My hero! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! I will vote for Donald Trump until he deports my husband. Then I will get mad at Donald Trump. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. A video generated video generado. This is in Spanish. Con AI. Which says the video was created by AI. Context is written by people who use X and appears when rated helpful by others. Find out more. Now, this is the actual page that I wanted to share with you, where they actually have this in English. All the comments about this post in English. This link to that main story is in my description box. But let's go here and check this out. Okay, so this is the original post. I just showed you that one to show you it was reposted by Funky Muskie. And let's see it in English. What are all of the comments? The video showing the video shows real footage of celebration in Venezuela following Maduro capture, but added subtitles. No clear signs of full AI generation in the frame. Faces and movements look natural. However, this is Grok. However, some editing artifacts like a colored bar suggest manipulation. The event now this is Grok has come in and is lying for AI. Let me see. Grok, is this video AI generated? Grok is saying somewhat, but they don't even have the right Venezuelan flags. YouTube, way to kill your credibility, posting this fake ass video. One poster post. Never give up, never surrender. Democrats will say this is AI. Clearly AI. No. Let me see. Okay. This video is fake and was made with artificial intelligence. Venezuelans want their president, Nicolas Maduro, back and not the other way around. They are not celebrating. Unfollow fake AI generated videos. Don't try to fool others with a clickbait tweet. So here is another AI generated video. Why are you not deleting it when it is clearly AI and has been community noted? 29K retweets on this fake AI video. We're cooked. Soon only a small minority will distinguish reality from AI, and we will be fighting with digital illiterates over the authenticity of videos. Exactly. This is AI. Stop is the best you can do. The gullible MAGA cult is beyond stupid. I concur. I definitely agree with that. This video is clearly AI generated fake. The dubbed subtitles don't reflect the real voices of Venezuelans. People don't get on their knees to thank foreign intervention. They suffer because of it. Freedom doesn't come through sanctions and airstrikes. Another Fed's account, another community note says, Grok obviously bot manipulation going on here. Super obvious, but you don't give a shit about that, do you? Is X just cooked? Okay. Let me see. All the 4 clips in the video are AI generated and feature multiple errors, including wrong flags and number plates of the cars and disappearing shapes. The video was first posted on this TikTok account, which regularly shares AI generated videos. So the person who shared it on X got it from here. Okay, so a video is currently unavailable on TikTok. However, if you click this link, a video is currently unavailable on TikTok. They took the AI generated video down, but not old musky funky musky. We posting fake AI videos now. You added subtitles to a AI generated slop. Um, so I didn't know if you guys were aware of that. But that is what's going on in the world of our tech bros, our bought and paid for tech bros, and their propaganda social media sites. Let me copy this so you can peruse it at your leisure. I think this is all that I have for you. I want to double shake. This is under Fake Musk. I always cite my sources. All the links that I shared in this video are below in my description box. You can peruse them at your leisure. Let me make sure that there is something that I wanted to share. Right, we know about that. Let me see. I talked to you about Tesla was dethroned as the #1 EV car. It has been since we were talking about Funky Muskie, it seems like he would have more time trying to earn that $1 billion pay package that Tesla just gave him. In the meantime, Tesla is now dropped down to #2 behind.
For reference, in 2025, Tesla
behind China's EV vehicle. Let's hear what's going on with this.
electric vehicle manufacturer in the world, losing the title this year after a second year of slumping sales, according to the Associated Press. Tesla has been dethroned by its Chinese rival BYD. For reference, in 2025, Tesla delivered 1.64 million vehicles. In contrast, BYD sold 2.26 million vehicles. Tesla sales slumped 9% year over year, and it's primarily because customers are actively revolting over Elon Musk's politics. Remember, 2025 was the year where Elon Musk actively embraced Donald Trump, participated in Doge, and left the federal government. So some big news that happened in 2025. Bad news for Tesla right now. I'll provide you more updates as we get more information. Spread the word and follow along to stay update on all the news you need to know about. We have some news right now. Elon Musk and Tesla had some bad news today. Tesla is no longer the #1 electric vehicle manufacturer in the world, losing the title this year after a second year of slumping sales, according to the Associated Press. Tesla has been dethroned by its Chinese rival BYD. For reference, in 2025, Tesla delivered 1.64 million vehicles. In contrast, BYD sold 2.26.
Okay, so I made sure let me see. I'm double checking to make sure there is no new news. Let me see. Before I leave, I hate. I'm glad I found this. I am so glad I found this. Let me share this screen with you. Uh, according to this account, uh, Elon Musk off the record September of 2025. According to this, Elon Musk allegedly is quoted as saying Latin America is our raw material storehouse. I mean, right now, we don't need their cheap labor. The time has come when robots and AI are inevitably starting to replace them. We only need their minerals, especially lithium and rare earth elements. Even their oil will eventually lose its strategic importance with the complete electrification of this country's vehicles fleet. The population of South America will have no other option but to generally dedicate themselves to selling tamales and tacos to survive. The workforce in those countries will be replaced by our robots produced in our factories, which of course don't need to be provided with social benefits. Now, uh, uh, let's see. I wish that I could. It's hard to have a comment on a uh, reported off the record comment. So uh, this is being reported. I don't know. Uh, I don't know if this is AI. I was skeptical about. I haven't heard this being talked about anywhere else. So take it with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying. But interesting. I would not be surprised, but I cannot confirm or deny it since it has been put down as a off the record post. Let me make sure. I showed you the world leaders. Uh, let's see. There is definitely something else that I want to share with you. There is a 4-part series on HBO that you know I recommend. I highly recommend. After I get done with this, I am going to watch it myself. I saw it being broadcast, being talked about on Democracy Now. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hmm. I apologize. I'm going to have to bring that to you tomorrow. I cannot find it. Dang nabbit. I cannot find it right now. I guess I will have to bring that to you tomorrow. Hmm. Nope. All right, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Have a wonderful remainder of your day. Please hit the like button on your way out. Hey, prototype ish. I'm hollering. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. If you got in late, you may wanna oh, go back and see what you missed. I was talking about a slithering snake, Stephen Miller, saying that the U.S. is built on strength, force, and power. Nothing has said about laws. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And I'm going to bring that to you. Oh, I hate that wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. I may have saved that because I really want you guys to watch this documentary that they have coming out. It goes all the way back to the Christopher Columbus days. Let me make sure I don't have it saved here before I leave. And they are touting it as a true history, not a fake history, a true history. Let me, I may have saved it. I guess I haven't. I'll find it and I'll bring it to you guys tomorrow. Toodaloo! In the words of the great Bless Watkins, toodaloo! All right, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Hit the like button if you want to support the channel, $Ronnie Q, or hit the like button and give me a comment or two. Bye-bye.